And we are live. Hello, guys. What's going on, dudes? Welcome to SNC Sunday Night Cope Weekend Chat Random Discussion, episode 83. How you guys doing? It's been quite some time. Been quite some time, for sure, since we've last coped together. Been quite some time. Really has been. Been what? About a week, really. Didn't stream yesterday. I was on hanging out with some friends, so yeah. So figured why not. And then yeah, I just kind of came home, so was down in my hometown hanging out with friends. Came on back home, so yeah, really good weekend today. This weekend. Over for friend sales. Yeah, dude. Tell me about it. Yeah, dude, friend sales are fucking like your bro sales. You're like, man, we've been sales this whole time. Or at least I know you have been. So like I remember being in that situation and then getting out of it. It's like, you weren't ever in that situation to like leave your virginity behind. So fucking weird. So like you're looking at that friend like, what's going on? Like, how did I make it and why didn't you make it? So like that's kind of like the connection that I kind of have with like a lot of like incels where it's like, oh, I know what it's like to be there. What it's like, you might actually be getting some, but like you're not really like knowing what's going on. So like you're kind of just freaking out when you're like, talking to a girl type shit. Yeah, I don't know, weird. Real fucking weird. Oh man, let me cut the volume up. There we go. That's what I want to hear. Let's see. Pull her into house. Glad to hear you're having a good weekend. Yeah, dude. Are they black pilled, my friends? They actually aren't. They're extremely blue pilled. They're extremely blue pilled, dude. I don't understand how that's possible, but they're blue pilled as fuck. Like especially my like best friend, he's like extremely blue pilled on women. I don't understand how he's so blue pilled on women, but he really is. How do you do, my fellow incels? Mystery Tyrant. Oh yeah, that meme. Friends, what are friends? Oh my god. I'm just staring because I'm trying to like get them to understand like, well, you do realize that like women are not like the greatest things since all time, right? And they're like, they truly do believe that like women are like superior. They think that like women are like the bee's knees and like they have to like, even though they've been fucked over like multiple times by women, they still believe like the whole women narrative thing, which is kind of weird. So the feminist narrative, they actually still believe all that stuff. It's really strange. I understand where it comes from. I'm not gonna like say the whole details, but like, yeah. Give us an example. So like, I have a friend who's like, okay, well, I'll talk about my other friend, the guy who's like, could get married but doesn't get married or something like that. Yeah, doesn't get married. The guy who basically has the whole arranged marriage thing. He doesn't want to get married though, so kind of weird. But either way, yeah, I'll talk about him. He'll say some black pill shit. Like he knows about the look shit. He knows about the attractiveness factor, all the LMS kind of details. He knows all that stuff. But there's a point where like I'll argue something to him, like, well, a little bit more black pill than that. He just doesn't catch on. He's like, oh, okay, well, no, that doesn't make any sense. Like, he would always cope his way out of it. He'll cope his way out of it. If that makes any sense. So he'll say a lot of like narrative and feminism at me, or not really feminism, but he'll just say like a very like a human rights thing. He's very into like human rights and thinks that like a human has the right to decide like to you know not do something, which is like, okay, that's pretty fundamental. You can argue that point, but it's like we're also driven by drives too. So like you have to like explain like biological drives. But then when I argue that point, he understands that point too. He's just really smart and he argues in a really good way. So it's like it's hard to like grasp him. And it's like it feels like I'm like right on the edge of like grasping like his like argument and trying to figure out, okay, like, so what's our principal point here? Where are we fucked up at, Yeah, I hope that was like a good example. I don't know. Maybe it's too long winded, but yeah. What is a friend mystery? A friend, yeah, dude that you hang out with and Yeah. What's up, Finleos? In all fairness to your automatic pilot friends, facing reality is very difficult. You might as well ride out their delusions to their graves. Humans have no rights. Oh boy, yeah. Maybe he's like me, wants to hold on to the white pill. Yeah, yeah. I think that's. I can't really say what I want to say because like it might be too much like information out there from my friend. But the reality is that like when you're in a situation where like you've been fucked over by like 3 or 4 women who've like liked you and you just kind of fucked up there or something happened. Maybe they were just all like leading you on as like that guy who's like he's like the fallback guy or something like that. So like I don't know. It's really hard to like argue his point sometimes. Like he's so blue pilled, he doesn't even like realize like basics about female nature. Like he doesn't really understand he doesn't understand stuff like hypergamy, like or he gets it, but he doesn't really like understand like the implication of it. Like the implication is that men like who look like you probably aren't going to make it. Like that's the implication there. But he doesn't seem to. We don't ever get to that point though. He never actually gets to that point. So like he gets extremely angry. Like he'll argue to or he'll like argue you down because he's so it's like stuck in like the I don't know stuck in the blue pill mindset I guess or something. Or I don't know. He really does like argue his point so angrily. Like he gets angry. He gets like physically angry. You can see it in his face. If you're arguing with him. Like it's like dude, I'm trying to have a discussion. He's like literally like angry about it, and it's like whoa, like so obviously this guy here is so blue pilled. He's just like he's gonna she's gonna end up so blue pilled that you can't argue the point to him. He just was like, no, I want to hang on to it. Maybe he's like me, he wants to hold on some white pill, yeah, possibly. I'm sure that some good. Well, I already read that one already, but I'm sure that some blue pill guys they accept the truth is so rope inducing that their subconscious just protects them to protect their own survival. Oh, huh. Could be a good point. You always say "oh boy" to my comments. Yes, oh boy. The implications of this, because like if you want to go down like the rabbit hole, like well, what are rights? Like okay, like rights are basically things that you can like defend. If you can't defend your rights, you don't really have rights. So like yeah, like what so like the thing that we call fundamental human rights is like really just like a bullshit like I don't think it's not ploy. It's like a bullshit. It's not a bullshit concept, but it kind of sort of is because like okay, like you derive human rights from what? Where are you deriving that from? Like you can have okay, so like if you don't believe in God or some like higher power, where you're arguing that point, okay, you can say humans have rights because we all what look the same or something or what? Like you wouldn't kill a fellow human. Okay, like okay, well, there might be situations where I might be forced to. Now I might be extremely remorseful doing it, but like there's certain situations where like human rights come off the table. The right to life fell off the table years ago. So it really does depend on what we're arguing here, but I don't want to like get on that rabbit hole too much. I vote for jazz, not cyberpunk. Okay, I'll do jazz. NPC eyebrow going angry. Eyebrows going angry. Yeah, dude. That's what it basically reminds me of, dude. Like eventually like, wait, what? You believe that? Like dude, can't even believe it, dude. How's like a seething Wojak? Like a seething Wojak, yeah. Yeah, how's it going, Jack? I vote for Jazz. Yeah, you're going Jack, yeah. This is beyond NPC. This is background animation level, like a crowd on a PS1 game. Oh boy. God damn. It's like ingrained into like his mind. You can't even grasp the concept of like not like thinking a little bit differently of like about like women. It's really weird. And maybe he knows this stuff and just can't accept it. I don't know, but like or like he'll say like, yeah, women really do care about looks, but I've met some women who have not really looked. Yeah, he'll say something. He'll give me an anecdote, and an anecdote's always like, "Yeah, well, I know somebody," and it's like, okay, well, it's because you know somebody doesn't mean anything. Like, you give me an anecdote, he'll argue that point, and it's like, okay, like we can argue over an anecdote, but we can't. It's like, what's the point? You just move past it. He's like, okay, this is an anecdote. Okay, where's the evidence at? I have the looks data, the okay Cupid data, the all this data over here, and the Tinder data now, and like you get nothing out of the guy. It's so fucking weird. I had to remain silent. Yeah. Normal as ever. Tell your friend isn't neat. He spends all the time annoying people on the internet that neither changes society nor ends the void within themselves. He will stay unbased and on high IQ. Power to die, right to die, Bucko. Yeah. Freedom of speech is going after cancel culture. Or cancer culture, yeah. Cancel, whatever. That's such a bad joke. Can't cancel culture. Yeah. But, yeah. Is he jabbed? Huh? What computer power army didn't you? Subconscious. I know the BP is truth, but this body's conscious can't take it because I'm going to cease to exist. Rope. So I might as well protect it by denying this, and therefore I'm safe. Yeah. 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 Very true. Yeah. Misinformation equals censorship. Yeah. And it's time for the undisputed Cope Championship of the world. Zelensky is a puppet. Oh boy. Let's see what we got going on. Is he a puppy? It's a puppy. Is he a puppet? 18 people here so far. Wow. I could do the first article I have. I have 2 articles today. Some of them you might have already seen by now, but they're both pretty good. Can I share any of this? Yeah, I'll have to look at that. Stuffing my goob with food. I think Mystery has autism. Maybe I do. Your friend Mystery is your friend jabbed. Oh, I have no clue. I didn't. I'm not gonna ask that at this point. He probably is though. I'd believe it. I would totally believe if he was. We never really talked about it. It's kind of weird. Actually, maybe I'm misremembering those. One of them I know got it, so yeah. So they must have both gotten it by this point. So I had to die. The interesting should be legal, or would all manpower go away? Oh boy. Oh. Like at some point, like you get some terminal illness, you don't want to fight it. You're like, fuck it, dude. Might as well just fucking end my life. And then you say about it, it's not just some shit like that. Who knows? Lord Mystery is the only normal one here. They both are. Putin is one of Klaus Schwab's young leaders. Either side is Illuminati tier. Catching a case of the tism mystery. I feel like I am catching a case of the tism. Euthanasia became legal society with oh yeah. At some point, people would just like take the easy way out. Has to keep us alive so psychic vampires can feed off our suffering. Yeah. 18 people here so far. Been 14 minutes, so we're doing pretty good. Everybody misses so much like good content at the very beginning of the stream. They always show up like later on, or if they show up at all now, who knows? This stream's been dying for fucking months now. Or maybe because I stopped streaming, who knows? But Gotta wean them off of it at some point. Who knows how long I'll be doing this? Could stop. Could always do something else, you know. Did my taxes, aka pay my single mom taxes. Nice. Get wrecked for 1K. Have a computer power is the case. I don't know. I think it's no one wrote. I know that sounds cuckoo. Yeah, I don't blame you. Gotta live your life. Yeah. Won't stop, can't stop. Yeah, dude. You know, I have my little Discord. You can kind of talk in if you want to talk to me. But other than that, dude, like, you know, possibly. I have a date in like what, a week and a half. I think it's like a week actually. Maybe I'm lying on that. You know, so like a week and a half. Maybe I can do like a. We haven't really like confirmed a date yet. We have a. She said like yeah to a date, so I had to like okay plan something real quick and then go. So yeah, making it work, I guess. It's over. Therefore, keep watching content that says it's over in order for it not to be over for a very long time, even though it's over. I'm downloading CSGO opinions. Opinions. I don't know, dude. Need to hear about Mr. International Dating Scene, immigrant Max. I swear to God, it's always the daughter of an immigrant, and it's always an immigrant girl. It's so fucking weird, dude. It's so weird. It's so odd. Like, so like the girl's like first generation American, so her parents are like immigrants, and like you know, like yeah, so like something like that, or it's an immigrant girl who's like, you know, just fresh off the boat, you know, doesn't know anything about America. So, other than like her little small area of America, so. Straight out here, Tyrone maxing, dude. I'm trying. I do the best I can. Not even lying anymore. Lying about it anymore. Do the best I can. Oh, look, here comes the controls again. The bots. Somebody will get that. Someone will get that bot, hopefully. Haven't played in years. I've been playing Elden Ring quite a bit. It's been pretty fun. There's some parts of the game I don't like very much, but like it's still a very solid game. Can't complain at all. A lot of like the bosses aren't really that hard as far as I'm concerned. Like some of the bosses are actually pretty easy, but haven't had. I don't think I faced half the major bosses yet, so I still got to keep going. But yeah, I've been playing that game a lot, doing a lot of like the side quests and side bosses and stuff like that. Get stronger, and then like you can fucking just like roll through bosses at that point. So yeah. Yeah. Like people that haven't played in years. Okay. White people, white computer power. Little Floyd bot troll. If Ukraine would hand out a marriage for hiding in the war, it would be over until army rise up. Find a boss and family relationship. We all fail. This is beyond Tyrone. Even Tyrone can only get an new age thoughts nowadays. Mystery actually has a chance of getting a chick. Not yet. Ruined by Western culture. Yeah, it's so fucking weird. It's always like an immigrant fresh off the boat. Only been here for a few fucking years, like maybe like 2-3 years. But you never know, dude. She might get fucking ran through in that 2-3 years though, because like you know she's here, naive, stupid. Like, so yeah. Even like those like first generation girls, you gotta watch those ones. The ones who like come here for college, dude, they've been ran through. Those ones you gotta watch out for. If she has a master's degree, dude, just say fuck it. She's been ran through. So you gotta go somewhere else. No small blue people rubbing neck, wrecking nose. Hopefully they won't find me. 17 people. Okay, well we got 17 people here. Let's fucking do it. We got an article here to read. We'll read an article. We'll read an article first. and then we'll do more talking. And then the open discussion with the music. Well, let's get some music on first. People like the jazz, right? Someone voted for jazz. Who voted for jazz? Okay, that's weird. Where did the window go? Oh, there we go. Get some jazz going. Give me a sec, guys. Getting the screen share going. All right, let's come back here. All right, guys. Here we go. Who are really signing up to fight in Ukraine? Yeah. Let's see. Luckily, some Soys are doing it too. Allegedly, some fix themselves. All right, let's do this shit. Let me get the music adjusted real quick. Kind of loud. Can you guys hear that? Sure, you guys can hear that real quick. That's good enough. Yeah. I'm reading that How to Hide Your Promiscuous Past article. Come Your New Man by Lulz. People probably already heard this article before, so I figured I'll just read it too. Fuck it, might as well read it. Give my perspective on it, I guess. Not that it matters. And I'm gonna read another article too as well. So here we go. By Lulz. This is obviously like, this is a meme. This doesn't make any sense. How to hide promiscuous past from your new man. First of all, let's make one thing perfectly clear. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being a slut. With being a slut. My god. Can I even say that on YouTube? Can I say the S slur? If I have to stop every time, I'm like, there's nothing wrong with being a slut. Yeah. Whatever. Put that in. Okay, well. Boy, don't they have any fucking morals then. Oh, look at the frog. Look at this. The fact is you have to kiss a lot of frog before you find your prince. And this year, 2022, people are free to experience sex no matter their color or creed. Let's get past that. Also, your current partner is the only person they could possibly concern, and that means that a wild ride is by definition in the past. In an ideal world, men wouldn't care about our number whatsoever. But seeing as this is still a white supremacist patriarchy, this reads like a fucking meme, dude. This has to be a meme. This reads like FDF. Like somebody made like an FDF article that like that's what it reads like. It's so fucking weird. It's so fake, dude. This has to be fake. This has to be fake. People can't be this fucking stupid, right? Like you don't even want to like believe how dumb this sounds. This system would just flat out would not work. But okay. Supreme the patriarchy. Gonna have an said men absolutely would find. Not even have to do this in white supremacy. It's just male society. Like if men don't work, the system just flat out doesn't work. If men in general just don't work, this is like patriarchy. I'm more white supremacist, whatever. Dude. Patriarchy, dude. Like the fuck, dude. Like, come on. Yeah, this has to be a fucking rag, dude. This has to be fake. Or like, what is this like? could this be what do you call it? Demoralization content from from Motherlash. It could be. You never know. But this reads like a fucking meme, dude. Look at the curry. Yeah, look at the curry holding the sign, dude. What is this? Oh man. It's something that sex is so good you can't risk scaring him off. This tutorial for those times. Here's what you gotta do. Try to find out the number of people he has slept with. Okay. It's more than what you've bagged so far. Chill. You don't have to say anything. What? That's so fucking weird, dude. That is unbelievable. Okay. So like he said like let's say he's like Chad Thunderslong here, and he's walking around here with like 60 bodies on him, and you have 30. Like, what if it's like that bad, dude? Like, so like he's getting the sloppy what 30 fucking 31st. Like, I mean, come on, dude. You think he doesn't want to fucking know that? Like, yeah, your fucking mind, dude. Like, come on. Not even the sloppy 85th part. It's like, what kind of person would behave this way? Why would you just be walking around fucking and sucking everything? Like, what is going on with that? Fuck it, I'll just say it now. Why the fuck would you do all that stuff? Like, were you doing anything else your whole life? Like, lie. It's that simple. Ah, yes, using the 1950s-esque woman here. Important. Then follow up with an almost virginal act, but don't overdo it. Wow. Tell all if you must, but with a twist. Like promoting a couple of bonks to an old boyfriend status. That way you can get down on the telling tales about 2 of 3 men in total. Wow. This reads like a fucking meme. Like promoting a couple of bonks to an old boyfriend status. Okay, yeah. That way you can get down to telling tales about 2 or 3 men in total. Tell the truth, maybe? Like, why the fuck wouldn't it just be like, hey, tell the truth, right? Tell the truth. Just like, tell the fucking truth, dog. Like, why is that so fucking rough, right? It's so hard to tell the truth sometimes, I guess, but because like you know what your body count is, or at least you would have some idea about what it is. So the reality is that what you're basically saying here is that, okay, well, I don't like my past because like the reality is that I was ran the fuck through. I got taken for a ride for like, 25, what, not 25, but since I was like age like probably like what, 16, 17. So you've been fucking Chad Thunderslong since age 16, 17. And then you make it like to age 20, like 8, 29, and you show up as some dude and you and you tell him, oh, yeah, I don't have like I wasn't fucking the football team and the basketball team and the soccer team. Nah, I wasn't fucking those guys. Nah, I can't tell you that. I can't be honest with you and tell you that like I have this many bodies because I know what the societal expectation is for women. Like, even they, I don't know, dude. Like, obviously, if you are proud of your past, you would just outright say it, right? If you're proud of your past, you're not just gonna like keep it secret unless it's like something like kind of like, you don't want people to know that about you because you're kind of like rich and famous, some shit like that. But other than that, dude, like there's situations where like, oh yeah, how'd that go? Oh well, you're like kind of like, if you're not honest, dude, about what happened in the past, you can't fucking fix the future. Like, you can't fix anything. Like, so like if you're not honest about the whole fucking thing, dude, I don't know. Like, it's very funny. Like, honesty. You can't just be honest. You can't just tell the fucking truth. You have to come up with a fucking like basically come up with a fucking bunch of like mental gymnastics to make it there, to make it to like making up a lie instead of like coming up with a fucking truth. Well, there you go. Some men are actually not bothered by a woman's lively past. But before you tell all, be sure you are dating one such. How do you find out? Well, is he hot? Ah, yes. This is. Come on, dude. This can't be real. Nobody wrote this. This has to be like computer generated or some shit like that, dude. Like this has to be like somebody found some like algorithm in the system to like make up bullshit content. This has to be fake. Number 5, like this has to be fake. Pretend past lovers were terrible. And even if you decided to reveal everything, remember that when you did, you didn't enjoy it very much either. It's not that it didn't mean anything. It's just that with him, it means so much more. So tamper your truth or dare with a bit of baby, you're the best. Always goes down well. Oh wow. Just pretend. Yes, just pretend that. Oh man. What's this? Is this Chad or Chad Light? This might be Chad Light, right? So just pretend that like Chad Thunderslong wasn't like banging out Stacy here. This isn't really Stacy either. She's not that fucking good looking. She looks pretty good. Either way, you do a quick face looking here, but like yeah, let's just pretend that like he didn't give me the ride of my life, and you're sitting over here like wondering, am I making her? Is it going well? It's like, dude, you should have had the honesty to tell you that it's fucking horrible. My God. And say they abused you. Oh my God. Yes, just lie about spousal abuse. Oh yes, perfectly fine. Don't let your man think too critically when you're being creative with the truth. Toy with his emotions by hinting or even saying outright that a lot of these old boyfriends abused you. Wow. Well, there you go. Do your cyber OPSEC and do it right. You already know to prune any evidence from your social media, but I bet you didn't know you should be also create a plausible cover story from missing information or blocks of truth. Blaming it on an ex hacking and vandalizing your account after a bad breakup is a good old trusty, but you can really cook with your creative juices here. The more elaborate and pre-planned the story, the harder it will be to crack for your new dudes from prodding questions. Have an answer to every question. More importantly, have fun. Man. You gotta do all of this fucking work. Oh. Oh my God. They vandalized my account. Oh, okay. After a bad breakup is a good old trusty. This actually works? Who would this work on? What is this dude like? Is this dude like some like IT master? He's like, oh, I'm gonna hack her phone, or maybe you knew her password and shit like that. I don't know, dude, but like, I don't know, man. Like, are women really that open with their phones? Will they just like let you have their phones and like look at their passwords and shit? I don't fucking know, dude. Or maybe you noticed it. Fucking find out, dude. But other than that, but using the word hacking though, like a real hacker is your ex like working at like fucking like what some like he's like a top tier coder or some shit. Like I'm doubtful that Chad's fucking coding. Why would he have to? I'm sure there's a few Chads in coding, but my God, like a handful. And Chad kind of showed up and things go fucking right for his ass, in my opinion. But yeah. Oh, it's fake. I knew it. Because I saw that somebody read this before. I think it was Undead Chronic read this. He was reading this, and I'm like, okay, this can't be real. I'm like, and finally, always bring trusted friends in on the conspiracy. Yeah. One more thing. Make sure your friends are briefed. You don't want to be on social situations with them suddenly broke out. Do you remember when we were in Ibza and you did it there with 3 men on one night in front of your man? Oh God. Oh boy. Oh shit, dude. I'm so glad this is fucking fake. Whew. It's gotta be satirical. It was degenerate as fuck though, but like the fact that somebody wrote that as a joke though is still kind of funny. Cause like in order to write something like that, you have to know the game a little bit. You have to know what's going on back there sometimes. So like you have to know like the dating game a little bit. And I'm not saying like game isn't like the whole like manipulation shit. I'm talking about like real like how things actually work. Even if it's fucking like even if you have you still have to know how things fucking work. So if I'm texting her, you're texting me at a certain rate, you can kind of tell that the conversation's going pretty well. If you're texting her, she's not texting you at all, you're getting nothing, dude. You might as well just fucking move on to somebody else. You're like the backup plan. So like, you just leave. Like you have to know some game like that. But like yeah. I think that's what I wanted to say. Or a game about conversation, like when you're supposed to intervene or when you should like go in and actually talk to somebody. Like I don't know, like there's a whole like method to like doing things. Like you just aren't curious about the world around you to some extent. So saw Batman Friday by sitting myself in the giggling couple. Selena rails against rich white men, then immediately makes out with a rich white man dressed as a man bat. Lol. Selena. Okay. Well. Gotta give the trolls respect, though. To actually troll properly, you see this is how you actually troll. But if it's a good, if you can like semi see through it, is it really like? I guess it's still kind of worth reading. I guess to see where they're going with it. I guess it's kind of like why people get trolled. Like you just kind of keep reading and see where it goes. You get trolled, but you're still kind of like engaged with the conversation. So like you're kind of keep going anyway, just to keep seeing what's going to happen next. Like crazy shit like that. Was it good? It had almost a 9 on IMDb. Wow. Batman was definitely a black pilled movie. Oh really? Watching Pedo with Cape shit. Chadman, the superhero movie. TLDR are proving unwon socio-sexual theories about mating competition and energy competition is correct. What did he say, my dude? 22 people here. Let's read the real article here. Should I wait? 36 minutes. I don't know. Read some troll bait. Even though I kind of figured it out halfway through, but still. This has to be fake. I was like, this has to be fucking fake, dude. This can't be real. It's almost too memey. It reads like a fucking meme. Let's go to the next article. Fuck it. We'll read the next article. This one's really good though. It's a good article. Actually, no, I'll save it. I'll save it. We got time. Let's do an invite link. Copy clipboard. We're gonna roll earlier, but gotta calm down a little bit. This one's about the inside South Korea's intel election by Jessa Crispin. I think I read this like a few days ago. It's been a while. Called Unheard. Website called Unheard. Where can I see the Batman online? Even if I have to pay too. Theaters are cooked. It's got to be on HBO, right? Yeah, can't remember. Either way. Basically, Unwin says that societies become liberal in their sexual mores. Too much energy is spent on the very attainment of sex and mating that all other arrears collapse and the society falls. Interesting. It's an interesting thing here. I don't mean to like stop. Areas, okay. Areas, my bad. Okay. So all other areas collapse. And the society falls. That's an interesting theory about the energy, like how much energy does the human being have until they die? Like that's like a energy expenditure, and like if the energy is spent looking for sex the whole time, then you're just like wasting your time. You're wasting your energy. You should be doing something else. You should already have like a girlfriend or a wife ready for you to come home and do stuff with. So like the reality is that you're wasting a lot of energy on that one task, and nothing's really happening. And there's so many men doing that right now, where it's like they're wasting all their energy on these tasks, trying to like impress a woman, trying to like make her happy, taking her to fucking Disney World or some shit, taking her to some crazy ass fucking bar, taking her to some fancy ass dinner. Either way, so you do all these crazy ass things for a chick to get her to like you. You're wasting all that energy. That's a lot of energy and money and resources gone trying to do all that. It's all energy. That's all produced by you. So like, yeah, this makes sense to some extent. I'm not sure how plausible the theory is though, but I'd explore it out there. But is that basically the premise of the argument here? That like your life being is like is your energy, like you only have a finite amount of energy to be alive. Like there will be a point on that graph where you die. So like when I say finite energy, I mean like that point where it's like you're dead, like you have no energy left to move. So like, you will eventually fall out and die. So I guess at the point of death, that's when your energy expenditure kind of drops down to zero. According to unwon prosperity and comfort of the people gradually lead to an increasingly liberal view of sexual morality. This in turn leads to a decline in the culture level of culture. Huh. I only read Sex and Culture. He goes over the societal theory in the last two chapters. Would be weird if Riddler was Chad. Cat girls. Flat monogamy patriarchy is the best course forward. It's about time and energy as well as spent on your own emotional well-being. Yeah. Every human society has the freedom to decide whether it wants highest social energy or sexual permissiveness. The fact that both are not possible simultaneously for more than one generation. I guess there's something missing there. Every human society has freedom to decide whether it begins. Sexual permissiveness. Fact shows that both are not possible simultaneously for more than one generation. Okay. I'm not sure if that was a citation there or not. Either way. We had 19 people here. I had like 22 earlier, so we're doing pretty okay. People still show up here sometimes. Then again, it is like 4 o'clock. People don't really show up till about what? Hour like 5, 6, just about. So we'll give people more time, I guess. I did read all that comment stuff, so let's do some intermission real quick here. Bum, 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 bum. All right, guys. Peace out. I'll be back. Not peace out, but I'll be back. What's going on, guys? We're back. Invite link has been in the thing for a while there. No one's been joining up. No one's gonna come over here and talk. Come on, guys. Keep it going. Keep the fire alive. Dusty Jones, my dude. Thank you so much. Dusty, my dude. What's going on, man?
Thought I might as well jump in. Thing is, on a lot of contenders right now.
Yeah, for sure. So, Dusty, how's it been, my dude?
Not too bad, not too bad. Dude, I matched with this girl. You're so hard to reach, man. On Discord, you never respond to anybody.
I know, I never do. Never have.
Mystery. Busy with your real life.
Yeah, kind of just keep busy, really. I just kind of like constantly doing something, whether it's like playing games now, but going to school, getting some education stuff done. I'm always kind of doing something, so it's like the stream's a very, very small part of my life,
Mm-hmm. It's for the best. For mental
yeah,
health
yeah,
reasons.
yeah, for sure. Yeah. You don't want to like be too attached to this shit because like this could easily just go away any second. Not now, but you know what I mean. Like, there could be a time where it's just like I'm not gonna do it anymore.
A fake world.
Yeah. I've been doing it because I feel like I have to because I want to some extent.
You got an 83 streak here with the SNC.
Yeah, dude, 83 streak. Yeah. Let's see. Hold on, give me a sec. I had this article we can read together. See if you got people joining. 17 people in here. Look at this, dying. Just dead.
Oh, it went up to 18.
Well, it is Sunday. Who knows what people are doing? Probably hanging out with friends now. Actually going out and doing stuff. Because, at least the, what's it called? The Chad is over, basically, right?
The Chads of the incel stream.
No, I'm talking about the Chad 19 stuff is kind of basically over, right? Like, a lot of states, like, just removed their stuff. So, like...
Oh, yeah. That was over a while ago.
Yeah, people are actually kind of, like, going out now. Kind of weird.
Yeah. It's nice seeing people out and about.
Yeah.
I was talking to, when I went to pick up my Indian food, I was talking to the restaurant owner about it, and he was really happy.
Yeah.
Finally some business. They can do the buffet thing now on the weekends, and you don't need to wear masks in restaurants anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of areas used to like. I still bring a mask, just by own habit, but like I don't really like use it. I just kind of keep it in my pocket. If I need someone says something, I just put it on, walk around, and then take it off, something like that. It depends on what I'm doing though. If I'm just walking to a store and some chicks like you put your mask on, I'm like fuck that shit. No, I'm not gonna like do what you tell me to do. But like if I'm walking in and they have like a no mask thing on like their thing on their around their front door, okay, that's fine. But if it's not one on your front door, don't give me some shit about it,
Yeah, there's no reason to.
Yeah.
They're just wrong.
Yeah. Shakespeare star for attention. Let's see. Let's read the article here. We're about an hour into here. Almost an hour, actually, yeah. You been following the stuff in Ukraine?
A little bit, yeah. Not as much as Medican. Medican's like obsessed with this.
Oh, really?
Discord. Yeah, he's waiting for it to be invaded at any moment. He's just ready. It is gonna escalate. I have no doubt about it. But
Yeah.
it's like a slow motion escalation, time bomb in motion. The West really wants this war. They really want to get involved. So it's a matter of time.
Do you think they want to try out their new toys? Who knows, dude? Who knows what kind of fucking shit they got? All that
Lockheed
fucking
Martin
money.
stocks are up 25%.
Yeah, dude.
Something's gonna happen.
Like, especially if it spreads, dude. Like, my god. Like,
I doubt it'll spread outside of the country, but at least in the short term. But it's gonna be a proxy war with huge casualties. This is just the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. He could like, I don't know what he could do to like keep to go past Ukraine, though. They just use military force. You said by proxy war, right?
He's not going to go past it, in my opinion, because
Yeah.
especially into NATO country, I think that's unfounded fear.
Okay.
If he needed to at that point, he would just nuke everybody. I mean, honestly, that's that's the only recourse he would have at that point if he felt like
Yeah,
war
but you
was
said
inevitable.
he would fight wars by proxy, though. Would it be proxy wars in those
No,
NATO
no, no,
states?
proxy in Ukraine. So,
Oh, okay.
for example, right now the U.S. is
Yeah, we're fighting by
trying to work
proxy.
out a deal with Poland to like ship Poland's old aircraft to Ukraine. In return, the U.S. gives Poland F-16s. So it's kind of like they're supplying them indirectly, but it's essentially going to become some sort of Afghanistan situation, but with huge casualties on both sides because it's not like a bunch of desert bandits roaming around with javelin missiles. This is an actual organized force. So.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting to watch. To kind of just like see what's gonna happen. Because like it's hard to get good information at this point. Because like the whole fog of war shit, and beyond that, you also have like this whole concept of like I would say I wouldn't say propaganda, but it very much is like where there's a lot of like rah 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 rah. Ukraine is like
dude,
okay.
it's massive propaganda. It's literally propaganda. Lone Hike, I agree.
Yeah.
Like from the start, it was so bizarre, like how one-sided it was, the coverage. Like they literally ban all sorts, anything coming out of Russia. And it turns out a lot of these memes are false. Like the Ghost of Kiev was a meme, the island thing was a meme.
Yeah.
All of these different actions. I think a lot of the casualty numbers are probably inflated too, because the ones they're using are straight out of the Ukrainian embassy or the Department of Defense or whatever. So they're saying 5,000 Russians died already in a week. I have doubt. So definite fog of war, propaganda making it way worse. A lot of agitation for intervention, which I think is very dangerous. Dangerous game. I don't know why Europe wants this war. Like they didn't care about all the other countries of a similar caliber. Like they didn't care when Georgia was being invaded. They didn't care, when Syria was getting bombed. Like they didn't care about any of these other regime change situations. But now they care, and now they want to get nuked over this invasion. And I don't know what it is. If it's an actual fear, maybe that Putin's gonna go beyond the borders, which I highly doubt. But who knows? Maybe he is insane.
But if he does, what's he looking for? What's he trying to do here?
That if he does, that means he's insane.
Yeah, if he goes beyond that border, it's like okay, what's
that means
going
he's
on?
literally insane.
Why would you go to you get destroyed, dude?
Yeah, no, it's just that might be their fear, like that he's literally insane. But I don't think he's.
Yeah,
I mean, I listened to his speech, this 22-minute speech before the pre-invasion speech.
Yeah,
and a lot of it makes. The only thing that doesn't really make sense is the drug addict Nazi part. I don't really get the reference. Maybe somebody in the chat knows, but like he said he wanted to get rid of the drug addicts and Nazis in power. Well, I mean, it's kind of interesting, the situation. Like if you look at Kiev, the electricity's still running. I saw a live stream from the other day where this woman was going grocery shopping and all the shelves were stocked. It was just the water's running, the lights are on, internet works. So if you ask yourself, like, why is this allowed to happen if it's actually like a invasion of conquest? Then it doesn't really hold up. Like officially, they haven't declared war on each other. Ukraine still pays for Russian gas, for example, and they like there's still trade between the borders, etc. So it's kind of a bizarre situation where Russia wants to inflict the least amount of collateral damage as possible.
Yeah.
That they don't have to stay as an occupying power. And on Twitter, you get banned for any sort of sympathies for Russia, which is, like the main part of the speech, he doesn't even mention Ukraine until halfway through. Like the first half was about the disrespect that the West has shown, a complete disregard for Russian sovereignty in a lot of cases, and as a world power, like the interventions and regime change operations in the Middle East, disregard like bombing of what was it, like Belgrade? What was there are all these 90s conflicts in Europe as well, where the US came in to bomb different parts of the country as NATO.
Huh.
Yeah, so he was talking about the encroachment of NATO and nuclear powers despite all of the treaties that were signed and the disregard for like Russia's basically like existential crisis. And so that was his main casus belli. Like this, essentially, this Ukrainian regime change operation is one piece of the puzzle. Like he really doesn't. It's not about the country in and of itself. As with many things, it's just a small player that's caught between these two huge powers, which kind of I have sympathies for because Korea was kind of like that. Um, Often these poor countries just don't have a say.
Yeah, you really have no say at all. Too weak, too small.
Yeah, you have to think bigger. Like all these people, just focusing on Ukraine's independence. That's it. I think that's very, very narrow-minded. Like you have to think bigger about why the West wants war over there. Like if the West didn't intervene, this isn't a real conflict. Like it would have been over last week. But they want to intervene, and you have to ask yourself why. Like the big, like the grand chessboard situation.
Yeah. Okay.
And a lot of it has to do with energy. I think the natural gas prices have almost tripled, I think, in Europe since earlier this year, and it's gonna get worse. Like Germany, for example, is planning to import natural gas from America now. But if you think about the logistics of that, you need these huge ports. You need to condense, use energy to condense what is it, like liquid natural gas into these huge containers, specialized container ships, and the price is gonna skyrocket for all sorts of heating and maybe eventually transportation and all that too, because they get oil from Russia as well. So it's going to be a huge shock for places like Germany, who invested, I think, unwisely in things like they were very short-sighted with their energy policy. They were just focused on one thing, namely like climate change, and they didn't focus on resilience. Things like national security, they didn't even think about that. So now they're facing the prospect of getting invaded, and they're like, "Holy shit, we don't have gas, we don't have energy, we don't have
Yeah.
power, we don't have a military." So this is kind of what happens when you live in peace for too long. What's that old motto? I think it's a special forces motto. If you want peace, prepare for war. It's true. Hey, Medican.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, see, Medic can join the chat here. Yeah, but it makes perfect sense, dude. That's the reality of it. Like, you do want peace, prepare for war. So, the reality is that the world's always been dangerous, and people acting as if like, oh, we're in this weird like period of like peace that'll last forever. It's like, well, yeah, those times of peace always end. They have an end. If you look at any point in history, there's always an end. So there's always
Medican, hop on.
an end to a great peace or a great, the Pax Romana ended. That's the most common one. But I'm even sure in like other dynasties there were like certain types of like Pax, Pax whatever. So.
Right. This is it. This is the end of Pax Romana American edition.
Yeah, Pax
Yeah.
Americana. Yeah.
Pax Americana. I think the West is kind of like Europe is seeing the reason why Germany's rearming, Poland's rearming. I think they see the writing on the wall for America, and they're like, oh shit, they're not America. The U.S. isn't gonna. I don't know if they have our backs. Like they.
Yeah.
I think part of that is the reasoning. Part of that is also like even if they could support us, do they have the competency to be able to do that, to support us, especially after things like Afghanistan and like all the disasters in the Middle East. So I don't know. Who knows what's next, man? We're entering a brave new world. You might get nuked for sure. So I don't know if you should stay in DC.
Yeah. Good point. Good point. The fuck out of here. Head on
DC
down
is
to the
target number
countryside.
one.
Yeah, DC's target number one. Absolutely.
And a lot of people think that these interception systems that we have you heard of the Star Wars program? Ronald Reagan started it.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that back. I remember like hearing the name.
It's basically a ICBM interception system that they thought up, but it's a the thing is it's a meme because you can't really deflect hundreds of missiles coming across the Arctic at Mach 8. Um, and a lot of them could be decoys. Like there's just no way you could do that. Like you're just fucked.
Yeah,
So it's like hitting. I've heard it described as hitting a bullet with a bullet, and with all those variables, it's just impossible.
yeah. Who knows, dude? Shit's insane. I mean, it depends on how. It's not. It's not that insane yet, but it could get insane. Like as the war progresses on, people get more desperate. They get more upset. There's a lot more stuff on the brass from the top end of the people like Putin, obviously, and Zelensky. He's probably gonna get desperate, depending on how bad things get, and Putin's gonna get more aggressive because he's got him cornered at some point. But you never know, dude. Like they could easily fight, not easily fight it off. They could fight it off with their with the weapons, I guess. Like
Definitely. And
technology is there.
there has always been a contingent within both the United States and the old Soviet Union, where like in the top brass, there was always a contingent that always believed that nuclear war is survivable, which is my belief. But they thought
Yeah,
that the governments could survive as well, and so they developed these plans of like a first strike plan. Even during the mutually assured destruction phases, they were like the Star Wars program,
yeah,
which was billed as a defensive maneuver, is actually a first strike weapon. Because if you think about it, if you have the capacity to defend against enemy strikes, then you have the upper hand and you have the ability to first do a first strike. It's like all this game theory where like
yeah.
if they actually unleashed this whole Star Wars defensive perimeter, then Russia would have been justified in launching a first strike, for example, and so that would have escalated into nuclear war. I think there were a bunch of deals where they removed the program, but I'm not sure about the status right now. But it could be the case. Like the escalation happens so easily. Like if you look at these, you should look at these old war game movies, like back in the day, during the Cold War, like the day after, or there was a couple Threads, I think was the other one from the UK. And look at the beginning escalation scenes, and they're so realistic because it always starts with something innocuous like a major loss of a fort or like a military depot or um, something that causes increasing artillery shelling, and then the other side responds with more shelling and then more bombing, and then eventually somebody sends a tactical nuke, right? And then they send two tactical nukes over to the other side, and then at a certain point it just escalates and you can't stop, uh,
Yeah.
even if you wanted to. And then you eventually have to do a full scale nuclear launch first, otherwise you get screwed. So you get to a point
And
where
that like assumes that like your defense system is like 100% impenetrable, which is like a margin of error somewhere you didn't even account for. Like
oh,
some like error in the system where it's like, oh well, shit, like because it's such new technology, you'd be testing it obviously, but it's still like, okay, how would this thing work on scale? Like, how many of those would you need to defend, the USA? Like, how many of those can you afford to even like make them?
right.
And but I
I
guess at
mean,
some point though, like the cost would become like, who gives a fuck? We got to spend the money, make it happen, type shit. Where it's like, if it's like life or death, but um, you never know. You know,
in
nukes
Russia
is
they
such
never
a
even
having nukes
bothered
is
with it.
such a weird variable because like, okay, I have a missile, you have a missile, they can both like annihilate each other. You shouldn't use them, but there might be a situation where like because of some entangling alliance we have, we're obligated to go to war, and it's like, well, we could say no to that, or we guess we go, and it's like, and what does that look like? Like, does America even have like the? I guess it does. As a large generation, not pretty large, but like a pretty small generation of Zoomers. So it's like, what do you do with that? Like, what does that look like with a little bunch of like men who have nothing going to war? What would that look like? Are they going? Oh my god!
Transformers piloting drones. That's what it basically.
Yeah. And yeah, it could just be like a drone war. You just fight via drone. Kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way it would play out in a major war with a like direct confrontation, it would in the first few hours, like all the aircraft would be shot down in the first few hours, and then like you as you progress to the next few days, like all of your ships would sink. You would lose all your major military hardware to cyber attacks and drone bombings and stuff like that. And then the next phase of the war is going to be who can manufacture the most um like second tier armaments fast as possible. And so it's going to be like production capacity. America doesn't have it. Like they would be out of the game in that case, like in a Duke with China or something. That's how I see modern war playing out. A
Yeah.
lot of these aerial like dogfights aren't a thing anymore. Like apparently, if you see the enemy plane, then it's already you're way too close. Like the missiles get shot from the horizon.
Oh wow. I guess that makes sense though. Like, you really would they even have a gun on the front of the plane anymore at this point with the way that the missile technology is? Like, you're locking on miles and miles away.
Yeah, you're just bombing each like your missile. The missiles are basically like it's a technological warfare, and these things cost so much money, and we only have like a handful of them. They're gonna disappear really quickly. So maybe they'll start making what are those like the Warthog planes, just lower tier planes with less technology. I think they're gonna start mass producing those as much as possible in like the second phase of the war. But like they would be, I could see like a lull period where that's happening, and mainly the war happens through cyber attacks or um, like hidden terror cells or who knows what. It's a crazy world. It's not the same kind of warfare as before.
Yeah, absolutely. And just of course there's this whole cyberspace shit where it's like, you literally like, you could hack an entire fucking continent basically at this point, depending on how crazy the war gets. People are just have like hacking fucking camps to train people to hack more and more stuff, and who knows how crazy the fucking war could get when it comes down to
Absolutely.
a hacking war. It's like, okay, like who's gonna be hacking your hands off? like, like, my god, you stopping. They're gonna find like errors in your code that you never even fucking knew existed.
They try to air gap a lot of these systems, but apparently the power grid's still connected. Like, what the heck was remember the colonial gas situation? That wasn't
Yeah,
that
I remember
long
that
ago.
shit, dude. That wasn't that long ago at all.
How is that allowed? Like, I don't understand. I sometimes I feel like people are in control, but that incident just proved to me that nobody's planning this shit. And nobody's overlooking like what would happen.
Or
That was just like a ransomware.
it's like they took like a very much like a they took a very much of a mindset of like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it type shit. I remember working at Walmart and they still use like a very very simplistic system to do their inventory system. It's like so fucking basic. It's like some proprietary Walmart fucking technology or some shit, dude. It's so fucking weird. But yeah, it's like their entire back end is like so fucking old, especially on the front end on the front end stores. So it has to be that old in the back as well. It's so bad. But because it takes a while to it's really hard. I've done because I do at least I can talk from the accounting side of it anyway. It's so hard to transfer your books from one company to another company to some extent. It's definitely not as easy as you think it is. There's a lot of journal entries involved. There's a lot of like stuff in the back you got to worry about. So politics going on with the different managers and stuff like that. So it's not as easy to like do that stuff.
Yeah, I mean I could see that, but it's just critical infrastructure should be protected. It should be like the government should be heavily involved in security. I don't understand how they let that private companies just. It just sounds
And that's
insane
the
to me.
problem because I think these aren't those like electric companies like
They're all
quasi
private. Yeah.
are they quasi private though? Like they're not like really private because the government heavily regulates them to like make sure they don't actually do anything. So they're like quasi private, really. Like
Oh,
they're like
maybe yeah. Like
yeah, like
PG&E in California. Yeah.
yeah. I think the government actually has the right to like buy up these companies if like they step out of line, probably because like they really have so much regulatory constriction on like what they can charge for the price of energy or something like that. So
Dude, there's this really good documentary on Stuxnet, which was the virus that the U.S. military and the Israelis used in Iran to shut down their nuclear power program.
Hmm.
And in there, they use like an insider's testimony, a whistleblower, and they talk about how that's just the tip of the iceberg. They've infiltrated. They could shut down the whole country basically, all the hydroelectric dams, every manufacturing plant, all the street lights. They've hacked into everything, and with the switch of a button, like when they could just shut everything down before an invasion. And I could see something like that already in place for how like the entire Eastern Seaboard is connected in one giant power grid. I could see something like that affecting them. So it could be relatively straightforward to launch a cyber attack. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah.
And just to Jesse's point in the chat, would y'all fight for America? That's the thing I've been saying this whole time is in a large scale major conflict in the 21st century, the winner is going to be the country or group that has the social and political will to continue fighting after the first 1 million casualties. So it's definitely not America. Can you imagine all the journalists, all the, it would be because everybody's at each other's throats already in peacetime. It's just not going to work. Like you don't have the unity.
You'd be surprised, dude, what like a little bit of propaganda and a little bit of fucking rah 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 can do to a country though. You'd be surprised with like a little bit of like woo yeah America fuck yeah type shit can do like you'd be surprised, dude. Like it really like the NPC mind is like so fucking like I see I like like I do what I'm expected to do. So like how many people are going
You're
to be
right.
like
Yeah.
doing what they're expected to do, which is be like a
Like
good
a
American?
9/11.
Yeah, like yeah, they'd be like, "This is my duty to go fight for my country," because you feel like that's like your duty. Like, how many people are gonna have that? Like, how many people are gonna have like there might not be that many of them, but like, or there might be like people who are like faking it, but you'd be surprised with like with a little bit of rah rah and once again, America, fuck yeah, can do to a country. Like, it's amazing. Like, you think people like last week or six people in Ukraine are probably like crying about Ukrainian fucking politics their whole lives, and like the moment they get attacked, it's like okay, let's fucking like band together. You're seeing it, kind of thinking now, but like Ukraine's sort of a different situation, though. Obviously, it still had a conscript, but you do see some people going back to go fight after they make it to Poland. They get since they either get sent back or they go back voluntarily. So like the ones who made it through. So
Yeah. They are making a heroic stand.
yeah,
I'll give
but it
them that.
depends. I mean, what percentage of those guys actually go back though? Like that's the reality of it. Like like what percentage of those guys go back? Is it
Yeah.
like 1%? Is it like a handful of guys made it and then they made it back? So you're trying to make a big story out of nothing. So
That's true.
yeah.
Propaganda. Yeah, we don't know. I think it'll be a long time before we actually know what happened in the first week.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Russia lost the meme war. Yes, that's true. They lost. Literally, this is the first time I'm literally seeing info wars. It's like an information warfare.
Hate the media. Brainwashing runs deep. But yeah, like I said, the brainwashing does run deep. Like if enough of people having that America rah rah spirit, dude, it becomes like I mean, you're already seeing like support Ukraine everywhere. Like now, like I saw it at my fucking grocery store. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what? This is so quick. Like, what's going on? We're all like, all of a sudden, we're all on Ukraine side now. What's going on? Like, I don't even care about this. Like, I do wonder, like, if you
Right.
polled Americans, like, would you ask them, like, do you really care about? I don't know, like, do you
Ask
just
them where Ukraine is.
ask them where Ukraine is, or ask them, like, do you really care about this Ukrainian country? Like, ask them about the Ukrainian people. Do they really care, or like, they're just saying that because, like, I don't know, like, you can get different answers from people in polls versus what you get from out of them in like person. People, it's just anonymous, obviously. So
Yeah. I mean, I've always maintained from the beginning that the best way to resolve this situation would be a rapid surrender. It wouldn't change at all. Like daily life would not have changed at all for the average Ukrainian citizen, at all. Like it's just the oligarch switching. But if the war was ever going to be won, I think it was way before the first tanks started rolling in. Like once that happened, I think you know it's inevitable that it's going to get taken. Now it's the more arms you supply, the more casualties are going to stack up. I could see it going into the tens, hundreds of thousands.
yeah, I guess that's kind of what it takes, though. I mean, like, depends on who's dying too. Like, if you're just like if Russia's literally sending in its like newest recruits, probably sending in its to
Yeah,
toughen them
fucking
up,
babies, dude.
sending in its shittiest fucking hardware to use. They haven't sent in their best stuff yet at all. And that's what they've been saying on the news. Even American media has been saying that, like, yeah, they haven't sent their best stuff yet.
Right,
They've only
right,
been
right.
sending in their old shit, their old Soviet shit. Okay, like all that old Soviet shit. Like you're fighting an old fucking busted up tanks getting blown the fuck up. You're fighting in fucking shitty fucking hardware, fucking old ass fucking jets getting blown the fuck out of the sky. Helicopters don't fucking work. Like old food. You're getting fucked, dude. Like yeah, they're just killing you off.
Imagine you're from the Siberian wasteland
Well, they're
and
not
you're
really killing
driving
you
this.
off. Like depends on I guess their military could be saying like no, they're just like really in reality they're trying to like toughen you up. So like they need you like okay if you survive you're a good soldier you can put you back here and you'll you'll rise to the ranks or you become like just another fucking body on the floor. So believe it or not, there are some people who actually like go into the military who are actually pretty damn good. So
Yeah.
be interesting to watch though for sure. Everything's happening right now because like it really is hard to tell what's going on because like the American media is so obviously in one area or one direction. So obvious what it is, and it makes some sense. The American government has that interest as well. I don't really see the connection with like, do I hate Russia? I don't really hate Russians. Like, I don't have like a desire to see the Russian people suffer. I don't really have a desire to. Do I know the Ukrainian people either? Like, I don't really know them either. Like, I don't know. I don't really know any Russians. I met like one Russian guy my whole life, probably, and I don't really know the Ukrainian people. I don't know like the Ukrainian people themselves. Like, it's hard for me to care
Right,
about
right.
a thing where it's like I don't really know anything about like what's going with the people themselves. Like, am I supporting good people here, or are you just supporting them because like they're our ally? Like, that's kind of weird. That's a weird. That's a
Right,
weird
right.
justification to join somebody's side. Like, oh, we're allies. Well, what if the ally like did like all this crazy ass shit? Like then
The
like,
thing
are you
is,
still allies or
they're
what?
not an ally. They're not even an ally. Like they just I mean they wanted to be. I don't know if they ever did they vote on the EU
No, they're not going
admission?
to probably.
Okay, good.
It'll be at best a symbolic measure if they vote in the EU and like they lost the country. He makes it out. They let them in on symbolism. It's like, oh well, after they lost the war, they joined the EU. I was like, okay, like who knows? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
some
real
symbolic
question
measure.
is, I think it's not really about the peoples themselves. I mean, they're the ones that are suffering from this, but it's like the grand chessboard politics of the situation. Um, the question is whether or not that calculation is correct on Putin's part. Like, did he make the right decision? Like, if he wins this, he would have gained a huge victory, strategic victory, but did he miscalculate? That's the real question.
Yeah,
Of
absolutely.
course, war is tragic. It's tragic for both sides. Like I saw a picture of this 18-year-old kid. He was like born in 2003 or something crazy like that, and you see his body and like the bloody passport and everything. It's just sad, man.
Yeah,
But
like you're looking at the pictures. If you're on the 4chan, basically that's where I go for my information. Basically, for the most part, either there or the news, one of the two. And I'm like looking at the or the Times. You read the paper or something like that. Either way, but I go there for like they have so many pictures of like what's going on, and like they're not first oftentimes, but you do get like that idea of like oh wow this picture showed up, and then it's a picture of a Ukrainian jet being blown in the sky. Like how'd they get this information? It's like what the fuck, and like you see dead bodies everywhere, and it is weird to be watching it happen and like kind of be part of this moment a little bit. It's like, wow, this is like history being made here to some extent. Who knows where this is gonna go? And it's like you're just kind of like watching it happen on and like you're still alive to see it. Like like you're like wow, like versus like roping or something like that. I don't know if you would have missed like the end of the world.
yeah.
Like my god, I'm not saying it's gonna be the end of the world, but obviously that's like a joke. But you missed
Well,
the
you
end of
never
the
know.
world.
End of the old world. It could
Yeah.
be. Let me say some brief words about how to prepare for an actual nuclear conflict if it did happen. So I think the best way you have to look at one of these maps. There's a lot out there. Strategic Relocation is a classic book where they have nuke maps for each state if you're in the U.S. So there's one for DC as well. So if you want to take a look, they have like primary targets listed, which are the military centers, and secondary targets like major cities, I think. And I think secondary is actually utilities or something like that, and third is the population centers. But either way, if you're living in the major, if you're living in the blast zone, you're fucked. So I don't think you should even bother. But if you're living outside of the blast zone, and you're like in the path of the fallout, there you have to be able to stay indoors for at least a few days. The fallout radiation actually decays rapidly, pretty rapidly. Like within the first day, it decreases by almost 90%, and within the first week or 2 weeks or something like that, it decreases 99%. So the key is to know that it's basically dust that's radioactive. So you can wear like an air filter over your mouth to keep the dust out. And when you're out, and you think you have the dust on you on your outer clothing, you have to strip all of your clothes outside. So it's kind of using that kind of common sense. You're contaminated. Yeah, you're contaminated with dust. That's all you have to think about. So you strip it outside and then you take a shower. The key is also to avoid breathing it in, because once you breathe it in, unlike the skin where you can scrub it off, you can't really do anything if you breathe it in. So
Yeah.
having mouth protection is key too. And if you do that, it's survivable. It's definitely survivable. I recommend getting, while it's still available on Amazon, those iodine tabs. It can't
Yeah.
be regular iodine vitamins or something like that, like at the supplement store. It has to be high dose. So look for things that are over 100 milligrams. Um, and that's essentially to prevent thyroid cancer later on, because radioactive iodine is one of the decay products of fission, as you know. And
Mhm.
it'll be like if you take the high dose pills, it'll fill all of the like basically it'll fill all the receptors in your thyroid gland so that the radioactive ones can't fit in. And it helps reduce the risk of thyroid cancer dramatically. And yeah, that's my tips for you. Go to the interior of a building, the most middle central part, or basement or something like that, and then just kick it for a few days, and then you can come out into a brave new world. There's gonna be a lot more fallout in places like California, where everything's gonna catch on fire. I don't. Yeah, California is gonna get screwed. There's gonna be a ton of fallout. Um, Places that are more heavily urbanized, like New York City, actually, I don't think it will catch on fire that much. So who knows? A lot of these modern weapons are designed for air bursts too, for maximum damage. So those actually don't produce that much fallout. But yeah, that's my tips. Any questions? That was my 5-minute lecture.
Is this thing working?
Yeah, dude, what's up, man?
Oh,
Jesus Christ, the fucking browser kept saying my shit was blocked for like the past hour.
Wow.
Then I just came in without a mic and opened it. And it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, like, the fuck?
we need the pink J though. You don't have the profile picture. We don't know who you are.
I never had the profile picture.
Really?
But no, not on StreamYard. It was always just a generic ass anonymous symbol. Like, God damn it.
Someone's calling you mystery.
Not me.
iPhone, never mind. So, I'm guessing everybody here is ready to get drafted.
Yep, let's go.
Yeah, but it'll start from the 17-year-olds, right?
18 to 25, I think, is first round.
Thank God.
So
Oh
gross.
boy.
I
Well,
looked
actually,
at shit.
they might draft me as a critical employee or something, like a doctor.
Yeah, you'd be drafted, dude. You're done. It's over.
I would actually want to. I've been saying this in the Discord. I actually want to go to the front lines. I want like World War III, man. You'll get the best view.
Yeah, you know where you get a better fucking view? Heaven, after your ass get blown by a drone. You saw Azerbaijan and shit. What's wrong with you? You're not even gonna see death. It's gonna be like World War I, except more pathetic. At least they died in the trenches. Your ass gonna die on the way, man.
Yeah. Imagine
It-
you're
it-
like some Russian Zoomer invading Ukraine, and you get killed by like a Reddit volunteer force. The meme wars, man. Did you see that? There are like 2,000 Redditors or Americans going to Europe.
I
Dude,
saw
you
some of
would
those
see
threads, man.
in the draft, you would see so many abominations and horrors in line. You'd be surprised. You're like, wow, they're drafting this guy. Like, like this guy's gonna make it through.
It's really
Like, okay, well, like,
desperate
all right,
times,
fuck it,
man.
dude. They're drafting this guy. Like, he's like fucking got a fucking busted up knee or some shit. Like, you're drafting that guy. All right, well, fuck, dude. Fucking quit now.
It's so like fucking terrible. They just see if you play Call of Duty or not. They sign you up for special forces
Yep.
just because the fucking standards are so low. It's just
Call of Duty. God.
Yeah, but this is
It gives a whole new meaning to those games now. Like, okay, this is like the stuff they were pumping you up with like for the last like what? How many game generations now? What, 4, 3?
fucking all of them. Like at first, old games used to be like World War II, like versus Germany and shit.
Yeah.
Then you had the modern era where it's like versus Russians and Arabs. So
Yeah. So like
Did they ever verse the Chinese?
trying to think. Not really. Like
Yeah,
only
never.
Wow.
Yeah.
like closest you get to that is like Fallout, but that doesn't fucking count.
Dude, how are the Chinese so good at that? Like subversion and covert propaganda. Like they're just so much better than anybody else. Like, it's so subtle, but you never see China as the bad guy, like ever.
Yeah.
And in movies like what was it? Bring Him
Pandemic.
Home, like Mars with Matt Damon. Like China saves the day in that one. In Arrival, the Chinese general saves the day.
If you're talking about modern movies, I'm pretty sure nobody wants to be banned from like a billion people watching their shit.
Very true. But on to your point about Call of Duty, there was this old, like 10-year-old Onion parody of it. Like when they were doing videos back then, they released the most realistic war simulation ever, and it's basically you like as a mechanic, like sitting in the desert, like fixing cars. And there's this one scene where you're you're like staring off into the sunset, and then the screen goes blank, and they're like, "Oh, I just died. I got sniped." It's the most realistic war simulation.
No, it ain't, because that's one of the fucking good jobs. Just hanging in the back repairing shit. You think I want to be a fucking grunt? Hell no. All right, I don't know how it is to be a mechanic, but I would not want to be the fucking fresh meat on the front line though. Like that, hell, fuck no. I don't want to be fucking drone bait. That's crazy. Even though, well, drones go everywhere, but still, fuck Christ.
Do you think Detroit will do better or worse after World War III?
Sadly, better, because we still have a lot of no, not even like we still have a whole bunch of like industrial capacity, probably.
Yeah,
Like
I'm about to say that. Like, there's probably a lot of like unused warehouses and like big, huge factories
Dude,
that
that
aren't
would
being
be
used.
awesome.
Yeah, the Midwest will fucking come back, sadly.
The independent city-state of Detroit.
Like the Russians are looking at their targets. Like, okay, you already bombed, DC and New York. The fuck is this place? All right, we're avoiding that motherfucker. It's already been bombed. All right, somebody already got to it. Move on to the next city. Like,
Not enough nukes.
not even enough nukes. It's just like, fuck it. The city's already looks like it's been bombed. We already got that city. Like, oh, it's already been bombed. Just fuck.
You know what's interesting is Detroit actually has a really strong police force. They were the only ones that didn't have the BLM rights, like one of the major cities.
I think that was back when James Craig was doing it. Whatever. I'm not sure any of the citizens really gave a fuck.
Yeah, when you live in fucking Detroit, dog, it's a whole different fucking vibe, dude. Like, you're just laying around like, well, this is Detroit.
It's not really. It's just because some motherfuckers wasn't like organically. Like I went to like one of those rallies, sorta. It was just like mostly white liberals, a few it was just white people and gay people. I'm dead ass. I can't lie. I don't even think it was BLM. It was something similar, but it was like, oh, okay. It's pretty much what I expected. I'm just there like I'm just there.
Bisexual lives matter.
Yeah, and I'm just there like not saying nothing I would over here. I'm just like, oh, okay, yeah, y'all do you. Yeah, fight the power, all that shit. Like,
Dude, I matched with this half black, half white girl, and I'm like I have serious one-itis. She's super intelligent too, and what is it? She goes to like one of these Ivy League schools and in computer science, and she does like GTA speedruns. It's like a very unique combination. So I've been doing some I think I've been missing out on this whole K-pop wave. I think it's a real thing. People have been talking about it in Medican's Discord, but
who fucking knows?
You'd be surprised what gets popular nowadays. I'm not saying I don't believe it, but like you'd be surprised. Like I guess that whole was a J-pop first, then K-pop, but K-pop kind of took over J-pop. J-pop no one really talks about it anymore. But K-pop, yeah, that shit's like you'd be surprised who's been watching it. You'd be surprised the shows they watch. You'd be surprised the men they find attractive in those shows. Like you're like, what? You're like, okay. Like just the trends of women don't make a lot of sense. They just kind of follow the trend and like whatever's being shown on TV is what they like.
Exactly.
It's not like a complex fucking like thought process around it.
Maybe we need a word for this shit, like the Koreification of society, like as we just generally go towards cookedness.
Speaking of Korea, I actually have an article about Korea.
Is it the incel rate?
Need some music real quick.
Misogyny?
Say what?
Just some music real quick.
There was a protest where men were protesting women or something like that in Korea.
I think there's a few protests. Korea is not fucking South Korea is not fucking playing about that shit. Plus, they did literally have like a feminist Illuminati conspiracy and shit, so I guess that contributes.
Yeah, dude, it's all in here. It's all in here. Well, not all of it, but a lot of it's in here. Let's read the article here. We got enough people here now. 30 people. Doing pretty good today. Article time. Unheard. Inside South Korea's incel election by Jessa Crispin. Conservatives in South Korea should be in a tricky position. The nation is currently led by a liberal who is the most popular president in its democratic history. Moon Jae-in's administration oversaw one of the world's most best responses to the pandemic. And under his leadership, the Korean economy has been roaring, even as much of the developed world has struggled. The last conservative president, meanwhile, was disastrous. Park Geun-hye was impeached, removed from office, and later convicted for corruption. Wow. And yet, with the presidential election loss less than a month away, conservative candidate Yoon Seuk-yeol is showing a slight edge in polling over his liberal rival Lee Jae-myung. How have the country's conservatives been able to regroup in just 5 years? Major reason for this resurgence is the sharp conservative turn of the young South Korean men. Dang. What's going on, dude? Who are increasingly animated by aggressive misogyny and anti-feminism. These young men have found their champion in Lee Jung-suk, a 36-year-old Harvard-educated political pundit who had become the leader of the conservative opposition party last summer, warning of the totalitarian tendency of feminism and accusing the ruling Democratic Party of fixating on pro-women agenda. Like, what? Like, this reads like a meme, but it's like, is this real?
Wait, hold on. So does this mean like it does get better eventually? Like the fuck?
Like that's what I'm trying to read here, dude. Like that's what I'm reading, basically saying like these guys are saying like fuck it, dude. Like fuck it. Lee and his supporters have injected a jolt of energy into the South Korean right. Until recently, South Korean politics followed a conventional demographic pattern. The younger generation leaned liberal, and older generation leaned conservative, with only marginal differences between the sexes. That began to change, however, after the emergence of the country's #MeToo movement in early 2018. Since then, politics has been polarized along gendered lines. Dang. That movement destroyed destroyed like the relations between the men and women there. Just killed it.
Me Too
When you split that fucking politics like that, dude, that's crazy. Like
Me Too did more for the fucking MRA cause than the MRAs ever fucking did. That's goddamn.
a January 2022 survey by Gallup Korea, for example, Gallup Korea, for example, showed that 48% of male voters in their 50s approved of President Moon, as did 46% of female voters in the same age group. For voters in their 70s, the gender gap was similarly minuscule. 36% approval among men against 34% approval among women. But among voters in their 30s, only 34% of men approved of the president, compared to the 50% of women. The gap is even starker than the voters in their 20s. 18 approval versus among men versus 42% among women. Holy crap. God, that gap. And for both of those, really. With that 35% of men, 51% of women. My God. In other words, men in their 20s are more conservative than the men in their 70s. What? Damn.
I told y'all before. Change will come as soon as the boomers die off.
While sexism in South Korea is nothing new, the aggrieved misogyny animated young men is in more of a recent vintage. In their 2019 book, Men in Their 20s, journalist Xiong Guan-Yul and data scientist Yong Han Wool found that young generation's misogyny was marked by over-the-top hostility against feminism. 58.6% of South Korean men in their 20s said they strongly oppose feminism, with 25.9% rating their intensity of the opposition as a 12 on a scale of 0 to 12. That's a massive percent. It's a 12. They just like said, fuck it, dog. Unlike older men who have held a patriarchal worldview defined by rigid gender roles, young men reject a sense of masculine duty that typically accompanies old school sexism. Rather, they see themselves as victims of feminism and define themselves politically by this self-victimization. Jesus. Is this real or is this a meme? What is this, guys?
That's real. I saw that.
It's real.
South Korea's been on this shit for a while. They have been fucking playing.
Doesn't Japan also have like a during Valentine's Day they have like a parade like for like people who are Insult parade basically, right?
Yeah, man. Look, South Korea is like the Shinji, like Shinji from Evangelion compared to fucking Korea.
Yeah,
they are not fucking playing.
Whew. Unlike older men who held, I already read that one, didn't I? Yeah. Among young South Koreans, gender is emerging as a primary dividing line between liberals and conservatives. For the older generation, politics was largely about attitudes towards South Korean dictators and democracy movement in the 1970s and 1980s. But for South Koreans under 30, who were born into wealthy and secure democracy, debates about whether economic growth is more important than freedom are no longer relevant. Today's young people came of age after the Asian financial crisis of 1997 had destroyed South Korea's previous model of lifetime employment. They had spent their entire lives preparing for and taking a series of ruthlessly competitive examinations for prestigious high schools, then colleges, and large corporations. Instead of poverty and oppression, their main struggle is to achieve economic security in a society that is brutal to those who lose out. They really are. In Korean society, you get fucking destroyed, dude, if you're like not producing an economic activity. Like, you get fucked. Yeah.
Sad.
Yeah, like they're literally like working themselves to death. Like
in my middle school, the next door middle school, because I did middle school over there.
Yeah.
Middle school next door, in the neighborhood across the street, they had 3 people commit suicide like in different years consecutively, and they had to close the school. It's like they put bars on the windows and stuff. It's a huge problem.
Wow.
There's a huge pressure for academic success.
Let's see. In this new environment, young women have fared better than before. Sexism, of course, remains a problem. A recent study estimated that structural sexism depresses South Korean women's wages by between a quarter and a third compared to South Korean men. But since 2009, more women have attended college than men, and in some standardized examinations, they dominate to such an extent that men now benefit from affirmative action. Oh my God.
It's a wrap.
If it gets that bad, dude, where like your men are just completely fucked, like You fucked them so hard they're taking affirmative action. What's that even fucking mean? Like,
You know how bad you gotta fuck over your men to where the government starts helping them out?
yeah, dude, that's fucked. That is so fucked up. Or like even big corporations too. It still happens like that way.
Bro, they about a couple years from having welfare kings, man. Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck?
In an exam, selecting mid-level civil servants, for example, a rule requires an additional hire if one of the sexes falls below 30% of the overall staff. That is, if a department is hiring 10 new employees and 2 men and 8 women to make the cut, the department is now required to pass 1 more man and hire 11 employees. In 2021, 79 men and 22 women benefited from this rule. Oh my god, 79. Oh man, that's, ooh boy. The effect of rising autonomy among young women is particularly visible in dating and family formation. In a 2021 study that surveyed residents of Seoul, I believe, among 50% of men in their 20s said they had had sex in the past year, of a rate lower than the men in their 60s. The numbers were similar among women in their 20s, but for different reasons. While most celibate men said they didn't have sex because they couldn't find a partner, most celibate women said it was because they had no interest in sex. Huh.
So that's 42% in seldom rate.
God. But like, what does this mean though? Which means they're not like turned on by the men around them, I guess. I don't fucking know, dude. What's that even mean? Like, he had no interest in sex at all.
It's the same as Japan. They just don't like their choices and they're just choosing not to fuck anyone.
Wow. Young Korean women are increasingly skeptical of marriage and childbirth. According to a survey by a magazine, CISA-N, only 8.1% of young women and 0% of self-identified feminists agreed with the statement, people must marry. Wow, versus 37% of the population overall. South Korean fertility rate, which fell to a 0.84 births per woman in 2020, is the lowest in the world. As sex and marriage become matters of individual choice, they are also becoming, for men, a luxury for the economically secure. Yep, this is what's happening in America too. In the Yonsei University study, many rated themselves as upper middle class were 12% more likely to say they hadn't had sex in the previous year than men who rated themselves as lower class. In 2019, analysis by KBS News, which studied men in the 30s, found a clear line of correlation between income and marital status. 86.3% of men at their top income decile were married, compared to only 20.3% in the bottom decile.
That's kind of the same here in America. It parallels every developed world. Yeah.
These divisions around sex, marriage, and feminism are increasingly mapping on the political divisions. For example, another study in December 2021, the survey to people aged 20 through 35 found that those who said they could marry but did not want to were more likely than average to be college-educated liberal women. Yep. Wow, the exact same behavior.
Mm-hmm.
The exact same typology, I guess that's what's called, whatever they call it. Yeah. On the other hand, those who said they wanted to marry but couldn't were likely than average to be conservative men who did not attend college. Wow. So this is exactly like America, kind of like conservative men who did not attend college is like becoming a very much like a. It's going to become the new
underclass.
Underclass, yeah.
Becoming.
It is, but
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Frustrated by these arrangements, many young men have focused on their ire on women and feminism, which they blame for their economic and sexual frustrations. These young sexist, actually, she just literally calls them sexist. My God, these young sexists have poured their anger into conservative politics, reviving the country's formerly moribund right.
Okay, to be fair, they probably are actual sexists now.
Yeah, exactly. That was an objective description.
Yeah, it might actually be an objective description. Yeah, and like in reality. They scored the first major political victory in Seoul mayoral election in April 2021, in which exit polls showed a staggering 72.5% of male voters in their 20s voted conservative.
Yeah!
Oh my God, dude!
That's the Zoomer foreshadowing the Zoomer phenomenon.
This one was followed by rise of Lee Jong-suk, who made anti-feminism his calling card. Despite never previously winning an election, he had tried 3 times and failed. Lee was elected president of the main conservative party, the People Power Party, in June 2021. In the current presidential race, Lee and his sexist supporters have been a major force for the PPP presidential candidate Yoon Seok Yeol. And Lee and Yoon initially feuded until Lee loudly quit Yoon's campaign in late December, in part because Yoon courted the support of a few prominent feminists.
Oh, that
and appeal
fucker.
to the young women. Oh shit!
Wait, hold on.
Not
Stop
even
right
once.
there. Stop right there. I just realized something. It's literally the PP party.
Yeah. Well, PPPP.
Triple P, the triple P, dude.
Yeah.
It's like the fucking Schlong caucus, man. That's the level of... All right, never mind.
His double-digit polling over his main rival, liberal Lee Jae-myung, evaporated by early January. He had fallen into double-digit hole. To regroup, Yoon ditched the feminists and welcomed Lee Jae-suk back to the campaign. Wow. Since Lee's return, Yoon has strongly focused his campaign on appealing to young misogynists. He has, for instance, promised to eliminate the Ministry of Gender Equality. What? Have a Ministry of Gender Equality? What is going on in Korea?
Yeah, you didn't know?
Ministry of Gender Equality. A bete noir of the sexist, who consider it to be a feminist cabinet ministry. And on his Instagram account, he peddled alt-right memes, including a photo of himself buying anchovies, Meal Shi, and beans Kong at a supermarket, a dog whistle for Meal Kong, or exterminate communists. Oh no!
Awesome.
Oh shit! After the shift in tactics, I'm sorry. Let me some water real quick. Meal Kong. Whoa, why are they blaming the commies? What's going on? After the shift in tactics, Yoon's polling numbers soon bounced back, taking a narrow lead over Lee Jae-myung at the time of his writing. South Korean politics is undergoing a transition. Since the end of the dictatorship in 1987, the country's politics was largely about litigating the past, or that past. Conservatives argued that political oppression has been worse to escape dire poverty, while the liberals focused on their focused on the lack of freedom and the crimes of the dictators. Humiliating 2017 impeachment of Park Young-hee, the daughter of the dictator Park Chung-hee, was the final nail in the coffin for the old conservative argument. Rather than
My
evolving
dad supports
toward...
the dictator, by the way. The old dictator. He's actually very popular. He's a based guy. You should look into his history. Park Chung-hee.
Okay. Rather than evolving towards the embrace of sound conservative principles like the limited government, however, Korean conservatives have found a new lease on life by appealing to sexism and military politics. If Yoon Seol-yuk does prevail on March 9th, his victory will be touted as a triumph of anti-feminism. That will be an ominous sign for the South Korea's future.
Oh shit, that's Wednesday. We got...
Oh. Oh shit, dude.
Happening.
Viva la Revolution or something, dude. If this is the first act of
the real insult revolution.
Yeah, it was like, god dang, dude. Ministry of Magic app. Oh god.
Triggered. All right. I had no idea how to follow up on that shit.
It's good shit, dude. Like I said, I found that article a few days ago and read it. Yeah. Read that shit. I was like, what the fuck? This is so good. I gotta freaking read this on stream. You know, it's free too. I didn't have to worry about doing any real backwards way to get it, so.
It's very bizarre, dude. If you actually talk to Korean women, they literally don't. It's not like they're child sexual. I saw that in the comments. They literally don't want a family or kids or anything like that. Like they're extremely career focused, and it's kind of
Japanese.
like a Brave New World situation where they're kind of inundated with all the essential pleasure like takeout and all the conveniences of modern life, the internet, games, and stuff like that. They're sedated. Like the whole population feels like that whenever you go talk to them. They're all just content, and it's a huge difference from the previous generations. Like the generations that lived through the 80s and earlier generations were extremely hardcore. Like they got through the war. And if you think about it, Korea went from total piece of trash bombed out wasteland in the 50s to they had the GDP of lower than the Philippines at the time, and then now they're like the top OECD country or whatever. And so it's kind of like it took a lot of willpower to do that. And now I think what happened is they got prosperous too quickly, and I just don't think socially the culture is in the right place to be able to deal with that. Like they just got conquered essentially by prosperity in some ways, like the spirit of the
Yeah,
country.
I'm gonna go on the Ted Kaczynski tip. I don't think there's any good way to become industrial. U.S. got prosperous slowly, and look where the fuck we are.
Yeah, it's just a slower death to some extent. You know, it's like a long, more slogged out death versus this quick and immediate burst of energy. You kind of fizzle out because you just got so fucking a decadent too fast. It's crazy.
Yeah.
The real question is though, if they win, what does that mean? Like, because like normally with issues like this, is this issue really being shown on state TV or something, or what? I do wonder. Like, I wonder what the news cycle is like over there for the politics. Because like, are they actually showing the misogynist in the thing, or is it just like kind of like an under I don't know. I guess it must be because it's making news, so it has to mean something, dude. Yeah. It's out in the open. Like, if men are just out in the open as being sexist, we're willing to say that, yeah, I'm a sexist. I'll vote for this bill, or I would say just being somewhat reasonable. Like, you know, when it comes down to it, they're voting their best interests, saying, okay, well, I'm not getting anything out of this system, so why the fuck would I vote for this system?
Yeah,
like they are voting they're voting reactionary, but it doesn't mean just because you're reacting doesn't mean you're wrong. You know, like you're reactionary doesn't mean you're wrong. So
there's one big question that this brings up though. If dude gets elected and he basically has, you know, the incel list of grievances and all that shit, how what's their position? I wonder what their position is on mandatory service, because the men, I think from 18 to 28, I think, have to serve 2 years in the army, but the women don't.
Right.
So where the fuck's that gonna end up?
And it's especially unfair because the women get to advance in their careers like during that age.
Yeah, the 2
while the
years.
men don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 18 to 31. Yeah, apparently. Incel go corrected. Even worse.
Medicaid, you should come on and update us. You've been following this for a while in the Ukraine.
Yeah, apparently the East and Central Asia popping the fuck off.
Central Asia? I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah, you know, the Russian thing, all that. It's like, look, if it's east of fucking Britain, it's fucking Central Asia and shit, or whatever. I'm American. I don't know geography. Fuck.
I'm so out of touch with pop culture. I didn't even know Batman was coming out. Like, I didn't know there was a new remake or whatever this is, sequel.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired of watching Batman, to be honest with you.
Really,
but I heard it's pretty good, but I'm just saying, like, I'm kind of tired of watching Batman in general. I'm like, dude, can we just stop? Like,
it's the only way DC can make a serious movie that's actually good.
Yeah, that's true.
Batman ones have been actually pretty good. It's different from the Avengers series. Those were trash, but I think the Batman ones actually, or the X-Men one, is that DC?
No, X-Men is Marvel. Bad. X-Men universe is Marvel from the usual Marvel universe, and DC has, you know, all of the stuff. So it's basically DC, Marvel Cinematic Universe, and then the X-Men Cinematic Universe.
Yeah, but I don't know who started this. Like, when did this start? But every year this is like all they do. There's like 3 of these every year.
I think Blade is responsible for bringing back Marvel movies.
Blade?
But yeah, you don't remember Blade back in like what, 1999 or some shit?
Blade.
Vampire Hunter Blade, you know, Wesley Snipes.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, that's a Marvel character. Yeah, black people save movies. You're welcome.
Awesome.
And then apparently what's that shit called? Phase 4? Yeah. Yeah, apparently that killed it. So on one hand, you got the DC that's going to keep remaking Batman, and you got the Marvel that's going to keep remaking Spider-Man because they can't do shit else after Avengers died. So whatever. It's not like they're making a Captain Marvel 2 anytime soon.
Do you think they have like an algorithm where they throw in random words and it creates one of these Spider-Man scripts?
No, Spider-Man seems to be the shit they actually work on.
Was the last one any good? The one early this year?
Well, Far From Home, I don't know. Never saw any of them. Apparently it is from reviews. Plus they had Tobey Maguire and Andrew, what's his name? Andrew Young, whatever the fuck. Yeah. Apparently they had the first and second Spider-Man in there, along with Tom Hiddlesticks. Whatever. Yeah. But everybody remembers Toby, so that's mainly what people went. What's that young motherfucker's name that's like perpetually 14? Tom something. It's kind of like Michael Cera if he was like popular. Yeah, chat will correct me. Anyway, as you can see, I've never been out to see anything but Joker in the past 2 years, so whatever. Which is probably a bad sign.
Yeah, you gotta get out.
Get out for what? The COVID's outside. Like shit.
COVID's gone, didn't you hear?
No, because everybody's too busy bitching about Russia.
Exactly. Gone.
Like on a dime, that shit. Tom Holland, that's the one. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm reading my phone, checking the news.
You thought Joker was good. I think the word for Joker is zeitgeist. Hold on. Let me look that shit up.
The cultural milieu. Spirit of the times. I think that's the translation. Spirit of the time.
Yeah, that shit was on point and it wasn't even fucking trying to be. But Dante, I've already looked up terrain theory, goddamn it. Like, give me some fucking time to sort through all this shit. And I found out about that shit by accident. Fucking going on Odyssey, just looking up movies that start with jab and shit, but whatever.
So I'm trying to find my fucking. There we go.
You got any memes, Mystery?
No good meme, my dude. Two good article. Well, one good article. One was a meme. I did do a meme today. I did that fucking long ass article that was obviously a meme.
Maybe I can share something with you.
I have a few I collected.
Here, I'll share one from the Medican Discord.
Here we go. Here's one. This is a honk-free zone. Like, please don't arrest me. Selling the honk pills on the side of the road, man. Obviously a junkie.
He's smiling though. You got away with it.
Apparently, Ohio.
Here's good. Real footage of me on Valentine's Day. This is kind of an old meme, but whatever. It's where you are, dude. Laying in bed. Alone. Crying.
Man, I be forgetting my own birthday. I ain't got time for fucking Valentine's Day and all that shit. That's half the reason I... What?
Are you a hickey?
A what?
Hikikomori.
Nah, just I'd rather like talk to spirits and shit all day than people. Like whatever. I just don't get anything out of it.
Here we go. Yes, I do care. Yes, I asked. You might be a little cringe, but I like that about you. Yes, this is the dream of every.
Oh my
Every-
god, dude.
That make you feel good, my dude.
Yes, it does.
White pills for
Especially in my
the.
state of
You don't get this isekai tier shit out of here.
Oh man. Things that would never happen to you.
It might. This black Becky.
See a Becky? She a Becky?
Yeah,
She's
she's
a
pretty
Becky.
cute. Think so.
What the app did you find her on?
It was a religious app.
Ah,
What
okay.
Well, hold on. What religion?
Because I have religion from Catholic. I have religion from my white side.
Ah, Catholic.
Wait, hold on. You're half white and half what else?
Korean.
All right, Tim Pool. Shit.
But no, I'm more Asian passing. That guy looks white.
And you found
yeah.
a half black, half white, awkward black girl from Harvard. Like, all right.
Yeah, a wizard. But
That chick
you know.
probably got something wrong as fuck with her. my bad. I wasn't trying to be negative.
It is kind of sus. It is kind of suspect, right? She's like 25, just turned 25. I don't know.
Well, there's something wrong with every chick. Just go out and do it. God damn it.
Hey Jack, did you watch the? I saw your comment on the BGS video about the Zoomers not dating, dude.
Yeah, I got like 16 comments on that shit. I was like,
Yeah, it was good comment there for sure. People are starting to get it now.
Yeah, when I bring up that fucking draft, that's what woke people up. Like, hey, who has two thumbs and is gonna fight that shit? Not me. Like the fuck. Like I don't know who y'all gonna call on. Y'all better call on the fucking. I don't know. I can't even think. Like, what?
It's a good video, but I'm not sure if I should play it or not. I don't know what his policy is on copyright strikes.
I wouldn't think he does it. It's just commentary.
Yeah, it's a good video.
I would assume he's cool, but
I want to see it. Is there any way you could like sneed it up, as Egg White would say, like turn it green or something?
Well, I always make it like smaller in the screen. If that makes any sense. Hoping that like avoid some of the.
Plus, don't people do reactions to BGS anyway? So
I think so. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. If it bans, it gets banned, right?
Yeah, if he has a problem, he'll probably just say something. I don't know.
Either way, let's see. I think it's Black Pill Gnostic.
Yeah. Shit. Hold on. Let me check.
Yeah, it's on that one. Our young men giving up on dating. Yeah.
Damn, I got 100 likes. Whatever.
What did you say? Wait, what did Jack say?
All right. I'll say my stuff while Mystery's getting ready.
It's ready, but you can go ahead and go.
All right. The video is Are Young Men Giving Up on Dating? And my comment was, it's deeper than just giving up on dating. In truth, is giving up on society itself. You have to keep in mind what grows out of male-female relations, the main thing being children, but also the provisional and protective sides of men. In effect, you have a group of males that end up with no stake in society and thus no reason to engage in positive, let alone sacrificial behavior. No man is going to give to a society that never gave him anything to bond to in the first place. And if anybody wants to see how deep that cuts, try to imagine what would happen if you started a draft in America with men like that.
Dude, so true. You would get so many ER friendly fire.
They would fight for the red, white, and blue, and it wouldn't be America. Let me put that shit like that.
Yeah. You guys ready for this video? I mean, well, not really a video, it's the audio, but here we go.
He made more brothers back again.
Probably too low. Let me check to do the audio. No way that's loud enough. If I can't hear it, you guys can't hear it. So
I heard it. I heard it.
I didn't hear shit.
Oh.
Let's make it a little louder.
We're gonna we're gonna give Moynihan a rest for this video. I got one coming up a little later about Moynihan and Moynihan scissors. Stay tuned for that. But this is an interesting one because this goes to Generation Z, and I've heard numerous reports about Generation Z and this particular problem, especially when it comes to male-female relationships, and this seems to be quite prevalent, much more than we would have guessed. And originally we were thinking of that this is just delayed maturity, but it seems to be something else. So I'm going to read this. This is from Reddit, our Reddit, Kevin Samuels, and is titled, "Why Are Young Men Giving Up on Dating?" The title isn't what I originally posted, but my post kept on being removed. I thought it would be better to ask on this sub instead of our dating advice, because I think the replies from this sub would be much more understanding. I've just been watching a video on YouTube about how a lot of young men are leaving society. And this is something I've recently done as well. I think he's talking about my lying flat video. I had to really weigh the pros and cons of doing this. But last week I decided to unfollow every girl on my Instagram account. It's not because I'm misogynistic, because I'm not that at all. It's more to do with how the average man is shown how easily disposable he is. How dating apps have completely ruined the dating market. That's very true. There's a lot more reasons as to why I've just decided to go my own way. Oh, MGTOW. The constant feeling of wanting affection all stems from social media. I came to the realization that I'm doing nothing but wasting my time by talking to girls that only want to talk on Instagram. But
the real question is this type of behavior starts though? Like, how many men are waking up to this like reality? You think I wonder what's the percentages now? Like, I wonder how bad it's getting. I do wonder, because I wonder what because if you have enough men not having sex, and then how many of those men actually get black-pilled or get even a red pill knowledge about what's going on with the situation.
The red pill is kind of like casual now, to be honest. Like as far as people at least being exposed to the shit. I even had old dudes being exposed because of Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I think it's also new apps keep coming on the market, and I think that's also keeping people hopeful. I don't know, trying new things.
wouldn't even pick up the phone for a call, let alone meet up. It's a waste of time watching their stories and liking their pictures, because that's time and effort that I...
Oh, man, he was an orbiter. He was just an orbiter. He was just liking your pictures and fucking watching your stories. Just an orbiter. Mm-hmm. Wow. The exact same fucking thing we always talk about here with the beta orbiters and the Chad laying out there. So
basically taxi driver.
Yeah.
Could be putting towards my hobbies. I'm a 23-year-old guy, and I don't...
Yeah, only 23 too. That's that's young. But I guess it's a good time to learn the fact that you might not get shit. So
bro, we got fucking teenagers coming into black pill spaces.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you expected.
That's too early. Come on.
You know how bad it is when I'm looking on incels.is and shit, just to scan threads, and they fucking kicking out motherfuckers who haven't left high school yet.
It's too early for the black pill.
No, it's not too. No, it's the fuck. No, you're getting the wrong message from that. The message is shit's getting fucked up that early.
Yeah, but they haven't even gone through puberty.
Yeah, but society apparently has. So
I don't think this subject is talked about anywhere near as much as it should be. But why is that? This is a problem that will only get worse over time, and the stats for that don't lie either. Has anyone else decided to do this as well? Said edit 1. I probably won't be able to reply to all of the comments, but when I get some spare time, I'll try my best to reply to everyone. If I don't...
Yeah, in the black community, this guy would probably be a regular ordinary EL guy, like a typical educated lame pop possibly, or maybe a guy who's somewhat a Lawrence type, for my video. like one of those guys who's like had like enough trouble in the dating game to make him make a post like this. Like, it's insanity.
The motherfucker's normal.
Yeah, just a normal motherfucker can't fucking find a date.
Yeah,
he can't even get a phone call.
We need to stop acting like fucking being normal is somehow a fucking disability and shit. No, the world is wrong. You're fine. Like, goddamn it.
Apply to you. I'll read your comment and upvote it. I don't like putting posts up and not replying, or at the very least acknowledging the comments. I'm getting comments every second. This is crazy. I guess it just goes to show that basically most men have given up on dating. There's no way I'll be able to get around to reading all the comments, but I wish all of you the best. This is not unusual because I've talked to fathers who have Generation Z boys, and their detachment from women is really prevalent.
I mean, the fact that he's even saying it, I guess the anecdote's kind of being, the anecdote for sure, but damn, like I'm just noticing it more and more now. Like, these young people I don't think they don't have what it takes, but damn, they're so fucked from like a mental standpoint.
And let's not forget these past 2 years of being away from fucking school for these kids. So.
Yeah, they're gonna be stunted intellectually, stunted socially, stunted in all these different ways, and they're never gonna recover from that.
Yeah, generation mental cell.
Generation something. My God.
Got a lot of teenage boys that are virgins that have never even dated. I can't, go by what percentage that is, but this is becoming an issue. When I was a teenager, did you have guys that were virgins that were, teenagers? Yeah, you had a lot of them. Thing is, they had dated, they had kissed, they had done a whole lot of other things with girls. They hadn't disengaged from girls. They hadn't disengaged from the female side. This guy's 23. He's not a teenager. And unfortunately, he's not uncommon. We talked to Hammer. Hammer's 2021. He said the exact same thing that this guy is saying, that social media is giving unwarranted expectations and causing unwarranted feelings, because this generation is substituting electronic transmission for real emotions and real connection, and it's not. And the social media that should make in-person contact a lot easier isn't. And the females are getting their validation and their attention through social media without the risk of having sex or having any kind of emotional attachment to the guys that are actually giving.
Yeah, like I said, he was probably in an orbiter, just like liking her pictures. He's getting that Instagram clout. You're just one of her guys that like can like DM her one day and like, oh yeah, you were one of the guys on my orbit. I was
He was a simp that gave up. He was.
Yeah, he gave up. Yeah, simp that gave up. Yeah, basically.
Man, I've been saying all this shit over there for like literally in the fucking black manosphere for like past year or two and shit. And I know fucking what Black Pill J and MGTOW Dictionary over there on the what's his name, Bernard Riley show at least once. So.
Oh really? Huh.
Yeah, I remember he had actually had him on as guest for at least one show each. So yeah, the Black Manosphere, this kind of information came to him before. It's just that now it's like, oh, okay, yeah, those guys actually had a fucking point.
Yeah, it's getting harder and harder out there. And there's like a lack of guidance of any sort. There's nothing they can really do for these kids, really.
It's always been hard. Now it's retarded.
Yeah.
Them attention. So the females may be getting what they want, because attention is food. It doesn't matter how it comes. It may be junk food attention, but the thing is, the women are getting junk food attention from Instagram and the other dating apps. Guys are in their inbox. Guys are texting them. They're inboxing them. They're engaging with them. And so there's a barrier of the keyboard. There's a barrier of social media. There's a barrier the internet keeps the women safe, but they still get some form of attention. Social media is like porn for women. It really is. Men want sex. So porn is cheap virtual arousal, sexual arousal for men. Okay. Women want relationships. They want emotional commitment. They want emotional attention. Social media, Tinder, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook are giving women that social, that emotional porn. Maybe the
Yeah, this has been said before in this sphere as well. It's the same. People have been saying that for a while now that social media is like porn compared for men, or for women rather. Same idea. The same concept works in theory anyway. So very much so. There's a ton of propaganda saying masculinity is bad. Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
Oh yeah, what do you think of Obsidian as far as like being the whole non-select dating coach? You think that's how valid is that?
For him to do it, I think it's pretty valid actually for him to do it. Like in reality, like he's a pretty short guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's very charismatic, but he's very short.
Yeah, from what I've seen, it's basically like status max and money max, but like
that's his entire basically his entire goal here really is the status max, money max, and make it
Yeah, to be fair, like the fuck else you gonna do if you like 5'2"? Like,
how short is he?
I don't know. He ain't 5'2", but like,
yeah, I mean, I think he's like maybe 5'7", 5'8".
Point is I could dunk baskets on him. That's all that matters.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, what do you make about Obsidian's thing? Obsidian's non-select dating coach idea.
Like, I haven't heard that much. I haven't heard nearly enough to like actually make a judgment. But from little I've heard, like I've certainly heard worse before.
Yeah.
Like, he ain't out here saying, yeah, just be confident and you'll attract bitches with your fucking the aura of your chakras. Like, nah, he ain't.
All right, let's keep going.
But we should just call it what it is. Social media is emotional porn for females. Attention is food for females. So online porn for males is the same as online social media for women. Online attention. That's how they get their gratification. So why give it up when you don't have to spend any money, dress up, look good, or anything like that when you're getting that kind of attention from social media? It's not quite as satisfying. It's not the real thing, but the thing is, it's a safe substitute. No wonder this internet is causing a drift between male and female. No wonder Hammer will rather get a upgraded sex doll than
upgraded sex doll.
Yeah, you never
weird place to stop that, but
you never heard of Hammer?
No, I never heard of him.
He occasionally panels on BGS and stuff. He still hangs around there, but
okay.
Yeah, he's a young. Yeah, he basically belongs here, to be honest. But
nice. Yeah, Black Pill J. What's up, buddy?
Yo.
How's it going, man? I was wondering if this was Black Mind or BGS because it kind of sounded like.
Yeah, it was BGS.
Yeah, no, me and BGS, we didn't go at it necessarily, but I was calling out some of his talking points on Bernard Riley's show. I think like a year and a half ago, probably a little bit more than that. I think you probably remember Jack Nickelback, but maybe we was on the same panel together.
Yeah, it was way back, like shit.
Yeah, it was a long time ago, and I was trying to, you got some good points here, but like I said, a lot of this stuff we were saying the shit, like you said, Jack Nickelback, like way back when, you know what I mean?
And it's like, they still basically like, no, I couldn't be that bad, like, you know.
Yep.
If you don't want to be incel, just get a hoe. Like, no, that was no.
Yeah, the reality is that those fleeting fucking escort maxing doesn't really scratch the itch like the way maybe it should. Like, it scratches the sexual itch, but it doesn't scratch the companionship and everything else you want out of that. So
no, and it's just not a sustainable model, at least for where it is right now. It's not a sustainable model for your average 21, 22-year-old.
Yeah, it's not.
It's so I mean to tell me that okay, so if he's going to school, that he's going to have to save up at least some portion of his income from his part-time job, more or less, to fuck a prostitute once every other month or something like that. Like, it's kind of crazy.
It's insanity. Yeah.
Also, the falling economy, like you got choose between food or bitches, like.
Right.
Oh yeah. The gas prices in my area are like almost $4 now, like $4.09. It's insane. It's fucking insane how expensive stuff is right now. But the economy's going crazy. Fucking world's going crazy right now. Economics going crazy. It's insanity right now. What are you gonna do? Let's go with this video. Am I in the right area? I'm not.
An actual female with all the underlying problems that come along with it. I wish I was a social scientist. This would actually be a very good experiment. I could write a book off of this, several books from this phenomenon. And you got tons and tons and tons of people to interview, people to talk to. It's all there. It's on Reddit. It's on Twitter. It's on Instagram. It's on Facebook. It's on YouTube. You could spend a year or two actually investigating this phenomenon. Probably make a lot of money. Probably be
Hold
on
on.
CNN. Probably.
Wait, pause it. Now he said Reddit. Now he's talking about Reddit after all the bans of all the incel subs and the male subs.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is like after the ban hammer is just that's still bad. You can't imagine. Y'all can't imagine like before.
Yeah, people were just more honest. Well, people could be more honest back then. Now they really can't do shit.
Yeah. Like, yeah, if the depression is coming even through the fucking cuck mods and shit, you know it's messed up.
Yeah. It's insane. Yeah. It's crazy. In short, Aristotle was right. Women are no different than tyrants. That's why you do not give them power. Yeah.
No, that's true.
I would agree with you. The worst is coming, Jack. There'll be inflation there'll be an inflation very soon. I mean, there's already inflation now with a huge cyber attack. I think that's very possible in our future. Very possible, easily possible. We already had two. We had a couple actually a few years ago. We had one at a chicken plant. He had a few attacks. So like all he do is attack our like old ass IT infrastructure and take our asses out. But this is off topic, honestly. But yeah, keep going.
We get some teaching cred. There's other things that go along with it, such as demographics, urbanization, what Calhoun called behavioral cliff.
No, it's behavioral sink, not cliff. I don't know why you said cliff, but I said no, I guess.
Where beings just start becoming indifferent to each other, males and females. You see that with the grass eaters. You see that with the Chinese men lying flat. You see some of that with the Western MGTOWs, even though it's not as severe as what you see in the Asian continent. But it's quite similar, and there's evidently a structural and environmental reason for this, even beyond the cultural, because this isn't taught. The thing is, your cultural environment, your physical environment with urbanization and social media and the internet, it's becoming a factor on how people relate. So I would say keep an eye on it. And for you PhDs out there.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just really quickly. So the funny thing is that like a guy, because this guy is like at least 55, maybe even 60 years old.
Yeah, I think BGS in the 60s at least.
Yeah, he's at least 60 years old. Now, I just wanted to just say this because he was back when we was on the Bernard Riley show. He was making it seem as though the game hasn't changed that dramatically, and I was trying to assure him and other people in the chat was like, no, it has. That dudes like him, dudes like Obsidian, they might know and observe how the game has changed because of social media, but they don't truly know.
They don't play the game.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Exactly.
They don't actually play the game. Like it's a whole different. It's like knowing. It's like reading a book on Street Fighter, actually having to play Street Fighter. You know, like no different story.
Right. Or it's kind of like with basketball, right? It's kind of like that watching high school versus college versus the NBA, you know that the game is faster in the pros, obviously, than it would be in college or high school. But then there's actually playing the game and know just how faster, stronger, bigger, like how it is. It's different. So whenever we hear from these guys, I always take it with like, because I would rather, to be honest with you, some guys I listen to are like younger than me nowadays, because I'd rather listen to somebody who is in the shit as opposed to somebody who's looking at the shit from a third perspective. You know what I mean? Yeah. So these guys who are like, they're not really, if they're not out here actually actively, even like Rollo Tomasi, for example, like Rollo Tomasi used to be against dating apps and shit and would say that's just a buffer. But it's like, dude, like 90, like not 90, but like the majority of the people meeting nowadays are meeting online. Like that's just important. He finally came around to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it feels like when you're arguing with these guys, you need so much evidence on your side to actually like make your point, to actually like get them to understand, because like they just flat out, you can't possibly know, like you can't. How could they possibly know?
No,
Because they're
they
not
don't.
down. They're not actually down here in the in the trenches, playing the game. It's a whole different story when you're
No.
actually doing the shit versus actually just like kind of studying it from afar and like yeah.
No, I'll say
Yeah, no,
this: the shit. So no,
Well,
hold on. The shit today is so bad. I think we're too old. I think I did ass think it changed like so much and so rapidly that we're too old to like really understand it. We have to go to like the fucking Z's and people like Black Ronan to see just how truly bad it's getting.
Yeah, and it's so weird because because people are discovering like the red pill and all this other stuff, right? And watching Fresh and Fit, and it's still not the majority of men, obviously. But the fucked up thing is that these men will be recommended books like what's Rollo's book, The Rational Male, and little do they know a lot of this stuff that they're learning about has already been outdated.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so these guys read the Rational Male. They're watching Fresh and Fit. They're looking at all this stuff, and they don't realize that this new information has already been this whole notion that men they reach their peak at 35 years. Oh, it's already fucking outdated. That's already outdated information.
Yeah, very much so. Very true. The
Oh,
reality is that.
My bad. I didn't want to. I just.
Yeah. Forgot what I was going to say, but we'll go on with the video, I guess.
What do you think about the idea that social media is pornography for women? I know somebody said it somewhere along the line. The thing is that I'm just saying it out loud to see what kind of interest we're going to bring into this space. I'd be interested to know what the people in the ivory tower think about this, that actually study this kind of phenomenon. Anyway, with that, I'm going to jump off here. This is B.
All right, look who's done.
Yeah, I have to stop listening. I mean, I'm obscene. I used to listen to some of BGS stuff until I got on it. It's so funny, like you start to like these dudes, and until you actually interact with them, and you're like, oh, this guy is kind of full of shit.
Oh yeah. Anybody can sound good in a video because you have time to actually think about your argument. When you're actually arguing with somebody one on one, when they have to actually explain to you what's going on, like one on one, and you have backup for your stuff, and you have backup for their stuff. It's so much different. It's so much different to like debate somebody than it is to just like argue on a video with somebody. So. As we enter into a possible total war, what it matters is that what Fresh and Fit thinks dating. Oh yeah, true.
Shit, Richie, you goddamn right. Ain't nobody trying to die virgin, dog. What the fuck?
BGS is too boomer and annoying, full of shit. He is very boomer. I'll give you that one. He's very boomer. I like some of his content though. I mean, I like some of his stuff, but he's very boomer.
He's literally like the best of a boomer you ever gonna get. Like that's
someone who actually gets it. Like, I mean, I wouldn't say he actually gets it, but he gets part of the problem.
He's at least open-minded, goddamn.
Yeah. A lot of I still can't believe that people out there still believe. The black community, I think we love the concept of a game. I really do. I think we love the idea that we can like swoon a woman. It's kind of become like our it's actually a meme, or at least I guess I'd call it a meme, I guess, but a meme about us is that like we're all like have like a mouthpiece, stuff like that, and it's like not necessarily true. And not all black men can swoon you off your feet, but that's become like the big meme. It's another not black pill, I guess, another thing I just noticed about that. So
do you think it's kind of expected by black women that you do have game?
Hell yeah.
I think so, absolutely.
Absolutely fucking movie.
Yeah.
It is expected for you to be Tyrone. Like, that's
no
way around that shit.
Yeah, but
it's kind of a self-realizing prophecy. Like
no, black women, you as a black man, you have to be above and beyond. The only way you could be a normal guy to attract a black woman is if you're a white guy.
Yeah.
Overwhelmingly so, yes.
So my problem with that last video was that I mean, these insights are kind of old, but even with them, he doesn't really offer much guidance for the young listener that's like tuning in.
He offered nothing of guidance either. He doesn't really know what to say.
Nothing you can do.
Nobody has any. There's no way. There's no answer to this fucking puzzle. This is just it.
Yeah, I was about to say it doesn't appear to be. The more I think about it, the more I think there's no solution to this problem. Unless you're willing to like do some drastic draconian shit, in which case you're probably not going to be getting into power unless maybe there's, I don't know now, but I don't know about that now that with the whole North Korean shit or South Korean shit. So
I mean, it like think about the like first on Insomatics talked about the like social media game and what is it like social circle maxing, and people are like Medican's obsessed with C maxing. Like I appreciate at least even though like it might be unfeasible or less feasible, you know, I appreciate the fact that they are offering something, you know, instead of
the shit will at least technically and practically work. Even if it doesn't scale, like it's like, okay, if you do succeed in this, you will get there. It's like it's real answers, even if it ain't the answers you like.
hey, Blackpill J, have there been any more of those we need to talk videos that have been pretty good or what? I've been watching them too often.
I haven't been watching them. I don't really watch those either. Just that one that was very enlightening. Yeah, I've been listening. I forget the guy's name, but this is one that I've been listening to. He's a young guy, like DDR or something like that. I forget the guy's name. I have to find it, but there's this young guy, this young black pill gentleman that I listen to just because he's I'll find it. Maybe I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah. Just curious. What's the one we need to talk? We need to talk.
It's called DBDR.
BBDR.
Yeah.
Dividor.
Dividor, yeah.
I don't know if that's how you say his name. That's just why I'm gonna remember the shit.
Whole dating advice doesn't work now, Black Pill. Oh yeah, I've been watching some pretty good Black Pill content actually the last few weeks or few days. Been pretty good so far. Should I watch this video? How old is it? 4 months ago. Yeah, no, I don't care.
Old ways.
Let's see what we got. 8 minutes long. Fuck it, we'll do it. This would be a an AV club. Audio visual club. See what he has to say.
Ways of doing them simply do not work now. Especially like dating advice in general about anything. You know how we're all taught like, oh, you know, respect your elders and they're the wisest ones. They need to lead the younger generation.
He's a young guy.
Like I'll make a counter argument that shit is just simply not true, because how the fuck can these old people who are like in their 60s, 70s, 80s, you know, plus have any clue about what's going on now as a kid? You know, they're not growing up now in the 21st century, 2020. You know, they're not a teenager in the 2010s or any of that shit. They're clueless. Like for some reason, it's like in their heads, they cannot fathom that life has changed even in the slightest. They probably think like, oh, you know, my old dating advice is going to work for these youngsters. Like, let me give an example. Like my dad, not too long ago, I was with my dad and this motherfucker, we were at like this restaurant and shit. And there's this waitress that he was like, oh, she's cute, you should go for her. And blah, blah, blah. Like he kept telling me like to like hit on her. And
Oh god, that type of advice, dude? No way.
It's funny because you can tell he has zero respect for his dad.
Yeah. Zero whatsoever.
Yeah, this fucking boomer who I came from and shit. That fucking sperm wallet motherfucker.
Like I would never, you know. So certain dads are just really beta.
shit, and like I'm just like, that's fucking cringe. She probably has a boyfriend. Like there's just no fucking point in doing that shit. She was out of my league too. She was fucking way like there's no way like I would be able to pull a girl like that. So I was just like, fuck that, you know. My dad's like, oh no, you can get any girl you want, you just gotta talk to her. And you know, he was like basically saying all this weird shit. He's like, oh, I bet you're a sneaky dater or whatever, you swoop in from the sidelines.
What the fuck? God damn. Boomer dad.
Yeah, at least he thinks the best of his son. Like, goddamn.
Yeah. But don't all parents though. All parents think their kids aren't ugly.
No.
What parents do believe their kids are ugly?
I've seen the IS threads about motherfuckers' parents just saying it's over for them. Like,
Damn. Your parents say it's over, dog. You're like, yeah, it ain't happening, kid.
I had a friend who did that back in the day, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ. And this, my dad fucking embarrassed me so bad. Like he was saying like when we were paying and shit, he's like, oh, you got the check? He's like, oh, I forgot you're fucking, you don't have a job and you got to rely on dad to pay for everything. He's like, you're in your 20s, you don't have a job. And it just embarrassed me in front of that girl. So I was like, all right, well, fuck this shit, you know? That shit was fucking annoying. It's not like I would have fucking gone out with her anyway. I mean, I didn't even like her that much. Like, how the fuck can you? That just proves that looks matter. Like, Jesus Christ, my dad was like, oh, you gotta go for her, ask her out. She's, oh my God, she's so hot, even though I don't know anything about her. Like, it's just fucking like ridiculous. Like, oh, she's so hot, you gotta go out with her. And like, I don't know. Because I didn't know who the fuck, like, she was just some random girl. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, it's just fucking insane. Like old ways of doing things just don't work now. Like I'll always see like these boomers who are in their like 60s, 70s, like crying about how like, oh, people in their 20s, they're all neats. They don't have jobs. They don't go to school. They don't do this. They don't do that. They're all blah, blah, you know, crying about this shit. Like even like not too long ago, like one of my mom's friends was like saying like, oh, she's like old as fuck and never had kids. She's like, oh, he's in his 20s, he's never had a job before. And like it's just shit like that. Like they don't understand like that everything has changed now. Everyone, I swear to fucking God, everybody I went to school with is a NEET. Every single one of them. I do.
No way, dude. A fucking neat. They can't all be neat. No way. I believe it though nowadays though. Fuck it, dude.
Yeah, the birth rate says otherwise.
Oh, nothing works, oh young man. Just ask out every girl you see, bruh. Dad 2022. Let's see. Yeah, you can tell by the way he's talking about his dad. His dad is a total loser. Dang. Is that what you really think, Dusty Jones?
Yeah, I mean, would you talk about your dad like that? I think at a certain
Nope,
point.
absolutely not. No way.
Hell no, dude. Like, this guy sees his dad as total trash, and it's kind of at that point it's the dad's fault. I think. Like he's just
giving out bad
haven't
shitty
set
advice.
a good example. Yeah.
He's also locations though, huh?
Not know one person that is going to school or has a job except for like one or two, and they don't even have jobs. They've never had jobs. They're just going to school, you know. Just everyone's a neat. The new norm now is to stay with your parents till you're like in your fucking 30s. Like I swear to God, that's like a new norm. And I know it's stupid, but like,
yeah, it's so funny to see like somebody young to say that type of stuff because it's true. Like people well into their 30s are staying with their parents, even beyond that. So, I mean, the reality of that, it's just too expensive to move out of your parents' house, and that's affecting the dating market as well. Obviously, you know, women don't want some dude who's like with their fucking parents, unless he's Chad.
I still remember the stories of fucking AMS talking about fucking chicks in his mother's basement. So, yes, doesn't stop everybody.
Yep. Keep going with this,
dude. That's just how the fucking world is now. Like no one drives either. I barely know anybody that like drives, like has their own cars and shit. It's just like fucking stupid. Like everything has changed. Like look at Dr. Phil. That motherfucker is an outdated psychologist. Like get somebody new in. His advice is trash. You know, he is 70 years old. He doesn't know shit about like dating. That dating could be any different. The dude, anybody who's old anyways, like in their fucking 50s plus or 60s plus, any of that shit, they don't know what dating is like now because they don't have to you know, date. They're either married, divorced, and not, you know, caring, you know, they're MGTOWing. No, I'm just kidding. But like they just don't know how to like how dating works now and how this online shit fucked everyone's like preferences up, you know, men and women. Like
Yeah, I'm so glad he called it the men too. I had a conversation today with my a family member about this, where it's like people, even on the black pill side, we focus so much on women that we ignore the male side of the argument as well. Where like men's propensity to simp is a huge issue. Like our propensity to just like to care about women is so much is a huge obvious huge issue that no one tends to want to talk about because it's like this we it rarely ever gets brought up, or if it does get brought up, it's brought up as like a joke or you're making fun of somebody, but it really is true.
I mean, maybe, but I think it's because like the men's opinion don't matter.
Yeah,
Like, who cares whether you're based or not? Like, it's all about whether the woman wants to fuck you. Like, if they don't want to fuck you, it don't matter if you're black pilled or red pilled or fucking blue pilled.
yeah. This is an old video. DBDR is working now and has his own car. Huh.
Do you have a bitch yet?
All right, gentlemen, duty calls. Thanks for having me.
No
Good
problem,
night
dude.
and good luck. If this is the last stream history, it's been an honor. Okay.
All right, buddy.
Misty
See you
ain't
next
getting
time.
drafted, dog. He's straight.
Oh, you said this might be the last one.
I didn't say that. I said I'm feeling depressed about like, do I want to do the stream anymore?
We're gonna miss you.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for always being a guest.
Damn, Jay. All right.
Yeah, Jay just dropped off. Felt like a roach. What's going on, buddy?
Yo,
Hey, Les.
what? I join and Dusty and Black Pill J leave.
Yeah, it is fucking both left at the same time. It's so weird.
I mean, have you ever seen Dusty and Black Pill J in the same room at the same time?
Shit, at this rate, I'm expecting VVS to show up.
Dude, man, I hope so. What happened to him?
He took the white pill and quit.
Yep.
I heard a
dropped out.
rumor that I heard a rumor that he actually did kind of ascend. I don't know how true that is or not.
Land whale wife or what?
What?
Was it a land whale wife?
I have no idea. Apparently, from what I was, from what I heard, what I gathered was that he ascended and he got her pregnant. How true that is, he'll have to tell us. Oh yeah.
What?
No man, listen to the groovy music. It was a long day, man.
That's some wild shit, but who the fuck knows with VVS?
I don't know. There's a part of me that kind of hopes for it, and another part of me that's kind of envious of him, and another part of me that says, "No, man, he doesn't deserve it." It's like,
Just got back. Sorry.
I don't know. He kind of earned it with that stream talking about banging midgets. That was impressive.
I don't remember that one.
Like they was coming up. They got. All right, the conversation had devolved to the point where they got to the point where they were trying to find out strategies for like banging midgets and like disabled chicks. Like, no, she got a friend circle, so I ain't gonna work and shit, dog. Yeah.
Like, never underestimate a man's ability to cope. I think those are your own words.
Well, I have a terrible memory, so I probably did say that, but forgot. So.
So I was like dozing off on the couch earlier. So what's going on in South Korea? I was like waking up and catching bits and pieces of it.
It's not streaming. It's not going to be a
again.
streaming. Not going to be one streaming in the BP sphere at this point. Yeah, well,
Yeah, because first hung it up.
versus done. Facing LMS is done. There's always Hellblade Desperate Light, but he's kind of Black Pill adjacent.
And I don't care for him anyway.
Yeah. Who
Medican, I wouldn't like. I don't know. I don't really catch his streams all that often. So, like, a lot of it just seems to be him playing video games.
Facing LMS is done. I think when Mystery Ghosts' channel, the Cope Gang, should be grouped on Jack Tisson's Twitch channel where he roams the streets of London, creeping on people and counting couples. Oh yeah, but no North Korea, the South Korea. He's saying North. My God, because there's such been in the news probably. South Korean issue with that. Basically, the men are becoming far more conservative than they're more conservative than their like 70-year-old parents about feminism and women, and basically the men are having like not an uprising per se, but like more like a political
Like
uprising against the system.
like their own cultural revolution.
Yeah, own cultural revolution basically.
It is literally an incel political revolution. They have a PP party for God's sake, like literally. What's it called? The People's Power Party, like. What kind of meme shit is this?
The PPP.
Yeah, the PPP.
It is that's literally the name.
Mascot's Pepe.
Might as well be.
Like I'm all for it then.
Either way, though, they're I think the candidate they have up for the president of South Korea would be I think he's like in the lead, or he's like pretty close to being in the lead of the election, was insane, and it's being driven mostly by men voting for him.
Well, and also like South Korea has a huge demographics imbalance.
They have a huge
female,
one, yeah.
So the male. So the men are like, if all the men like say no, like we're voting, like it's an automatic victory, landslide. Like the only way is like deliberate gerrymandering. At that point, the only way that he could lose.
I mean, they have like a literal like ministry of like gender equity or something like that. Fucking insane.
So the next question, I guess, obvious question is, how long do you think, or even if we see something like that in like Western countries start cropping up, as more and more men start to realize, oh wait, this gynocentric society doesn't benefit men, surprisingly enough, and yet men are slowly making up the majority of these countries.
I would say depends. All right, I would say either before 2030 or a year after they send them into the draft or some shit.
Yes, your mic. Jack Tisson, your mic's still echoing hardcore.
Hello.
Also welcome.
Yeah, I had to mute him.
Oh, okay, so it was him.
Yeah, it was him. Guaranteed.
Which is what I've been saying for almost 2 years, man. Exodus, revolution.
That's basically what they're doing. Apparently, they hate communists, though. That's their big thing.
That's
they literally have a quote.
To them, the main feminists probably are communists. So,
what's going on in SK more SK males who will go for other Asian females, Vietnam, Laos, Philippines. What do you say? I come back. Okay. And the West guys in the West are too pussy to try.
For now.
Why do you think the elites are trying to mentally, physically castrate men to stop an uprising?
Bro, I'm telling y'all, if they try to do a draft for some World War III shit, a lot of men are gonna suddenly find their fucking backbone real fucking quick.
They're gonna have to.
Ain't nobody fighting for these hoes. Like, you crazy. You think I'm gonna get my ass shipped over the Atlantic for Becky? Like, you get the fuck out of here. Hell no.
Becky, Macy.
Any of them. I don't give a fuck. Unless you sucking my dick on the way there, I'm not leaving.
Dude, imagine that as reparations.
Yeah, Jack Tisson, your mic's still echoing, my dude. No, what's up with that? So weird.
Only way that I count. I'll put it like this: only way that I count for reparations is if they took one of those slow ass sailboats again.
I don't know what setting you changed Jack Tisson, but man, it's been echoing since that one thing. That
They
one
take us
stream.
all out. Yeah.
No, I know it's him because like.
Yeah, no.
Let's try it again. Testing.
1, 2, 3.
Still there.
I think he just left on his own. I remember the article with the U.S. military about the Zoomers being more prone to injury compared to older generations. Oh, God.
I mean, imagine like the motor skills that these people don't have. And you're expecting them to like fight an actual war.
Dante, you're saying that much more, but it depends on how old we're talking. I think there's a lot more young men who would not be up for that shit.
Yeah, like I could see that though. You know, a lot of men thinking, "Oh, this is my chance to prove myself." Probably not a sizable percentage though. Who knows?
Hold on. All right, Dante, those dudes buying farts, they already have money. We're talking about the fucking 18 to 25-year-olds that don't have shit. Look, I guess anything could happen, but I just don't see it when there's no like motivating factor. Like this ain't like the 1920s and shit where you had the white, what was it, 1910s where you had the white feather campaign, and you could actually shame men into it. Like I know. Plus, if everybody thought going to the military would get them some pussy, they just sign up as they are. They wouldn't wait for a draft for that. Last shit, I'm out. Oh shit, I'm alone. Goddamn.
No, I'm here.
Yeah, need you to man the fort right quick. I'll be right back in 3 minutes.
Oh man.
Yeah, sorry to do this to you. Be right back.
What up, chat?
What's up? He's buying farts. That's absurd, really. Who knows? Maybe
Sign of
some
it.
really frustrated males these days that will go to war just to have some sort of glory. Yeah, God, gold, or glory. All the military recruiters I know say all the guys are studs but lack motivation. Huh. A woman hear me roar until a bomb drops near them. Where's Ronan? I have no clue who Ronan is. Speaking of it, I got to start to do his video. Make sure he's not in the video anymore. He got rid of dodgeball, made them dumb, drugged young men, made sure you can't own shit, and then literally sit here making it legal to fight in self-defense. Ronan getting some poon, probably is. Last got the juice now. What? Yet they wonder why men aren't protecting them or protecting him. Where's Ronan cleaning up gifs from his gangbone? My God. The least the drafters can do is make sure the young men 18 to 30 have blowjobs or some type of snuggle service. They won't, dude. They won't give you shit. We have 40 people here. My God. It's pretty good numbers. I guess I'm the only Black Pill streamer in town. I don't know if this is possible.
Oh man.
I really am. Apparently, does Todd stream anymore?
He was supposed to last Friday, but he didn't.
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
And now Jack just dropped.
Yeah, he's here. He just always drops out because his mic is disconnected.
Oh.
This fucking QC2 has the fucking lightest connection to this PC for some reason. Can't even fart in the damn direction now without disconnecting.
The Vietnam type war, we can get whores after we fight. I'm down. Todd retired. He's done. Todd's done. Be interesting if all the prostitution is legal, even though it's legal only for the military. I wonder how many guys will sign up for that just for that. If Todd's done, it means what? It's just me in hell?
Can you confirm that? Sex addict? Like, I don't know if he mentioned something on his Discord. I will never go, and he said he doesn't either.
Todd got to check.
Lies and slander.
Probably why.
See, my mind is fucked away. Even if I had the chick, I'd probably still be here. Not because I need to.
Last
Just
Black
'cause I
Pill
ain't no bitch.
survivors. Yeah, really.
It's been like that.
I mean, Lone Wolf 87, man. I guess he still has a chick he's talking to. You know, like the last video he uploaded, like this morning, or I guess last night, whenever it was. It's like, man, it's like there really is no cure. Like, even if you do like end up ascending, like ascending doesn't make up for all the years of torment you went through. That's like a bitter truth.
Yeah, your mind's probably like permanently altered from all this shit. Unless you're Korean. Then you just get elected, apparently. So. Oh yeah, that dude we're talking about, the election's on the 9th. So
Yeah.
we gotta talk about the results next time we hear, man, for sure.
The 9th of this month?
Yeah, March 9th.
Your
Okay.
personal situation ain't that bad in the first place, so maybe that's why you are still here. I guess so. Call me misogynist boy, I'll take it as a compliment.
Well, what is like? Well, First has a pretty from what I've gathered, has a pretty uncomfortable position too. Well, no, he has to support his parents.
Yeah, I've heard that. I heard him say that before.
Him and everybody else, to be honest.
What is this video of? Hold on.
We all know.
This is like a fucking goddamn easy Klaus Schwab, former World Economic Forum, July. We lost Saffron Pill too. Haven't seen him in a while. But he really wasn't a streamer anyway, so. I can't even pull it out of the screen. That's the problem. So I'll look at it later. We'll look at it later. I think if I don't hear from Dusty in a while, it means the black chick was the one for him.
Yeah, Dusty, go get your Kamala Harris, dog.
Dude, their approval rating is so bad. Cannot even believe it.
Really, you can't believe it? Even after the past fucking year. It's about the same level as been.
I don't know, dude. It's insanity. Like, I figured, like, people were so gung-ho against Trump that I figured, like, this guy could have done anything. He would have been considered gold. But now it's like, people are like, no, he's not doing shit either.
Well, we all tried to warn him, but we warned everybody about Biden. Yeah, we warned everybody about Biden, and we warned everybody about the jab. And here we are.
Worst part about the black pill that you're permanently wired differently from the normie. They can never be of the tribe again. Very true. They definitely changed the way you think.
Well,
Changed in almost all human relationships too, even male and female ones. Like,
well, it's because you see what the other side is like, and like you have like a kind of an outsider's view in. Like, I don't know, man. Like it really does change how you perceive like others and yourself and even the world, whether or not that's for the better or if, like that's even like who knows. But yeah, it's like this. It permanently changes you.
Plus, I think it directly goes against that male desire to be fooled. I definitely think on some level men just actually want to be fooled by the whole exercise.
Like, just think about this. Like, when you're black pilled, like you can't have that like normie hope anymore. Because like it doesn't matter even if you do get it, and the chances of you getting it are basically zero.
Oh shit! Guess that was a bookender. That kind of wraps it up. Like, all right,
we're done.
Any last words, Jack?
Any last words, chat? We're done.
Hey,
someone said, "I can't believe you never heard of the Great Reset." Of course, I have.
Agenda 21, boyo. Was it an Agenda 34? Or is that Rule 30? Never mind.
Oh my god. She said, when you get to do it, you realize it isn't that big of a deal. The allure of it was much better than the act.
Worst part is knowing that's true, but still being mentally tortured by it. That's the fucked up thing.
Yeah. Well, it also goes into like all the little events and incidences that go into that fulfillment that you're basically like you haven't experienced, and you never, and like so you have no frame of reference. And because the rest of, or the greater part of society, as it has been for the last like 50 years, has been so centered around that you actually it actually is really dehumanizing, and you feel like an alien. You feel like you don't belong to the culture. Like everything is so inclusive with that, but it excludes you for like reasons that are beyond your control, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Like I said before, women are society, so.
They most certainly are, Jack.
But I've been reading some D. Sismondi, and him and Proudhon. It really goes into like, yeah, even these people were talking about this stuff like 200 years ago. Like, as capitalist, industrialized, and urbanized societies start to like develop and reach certain like stages, like it actually, because think about it, like the time spent working in factories and in mills and in textile houses, it starts to like, because I can't remember exactly what he says, but Proudhon somewhere says it becomes like I think he says it's a licentious celibacy that is kind of enforced upon people. And Sismondi also talks about how this also affects like birth rates in these cities. I can't, man. I need to start taking notes. But like, yeah, this stuff was kind of fairly like known to happen in like highly quote unquote advanced societies and cities like 200 years ago.
Yeah, it's kind of scary when you're able to like go back in time and see the same like see a similar what are they called, patterns in nature, or see similar patterns in the civilizational nature, I guess, the way things kind of go up and down, and to see like what causes the downswing, what causes an upswing, and what causes these big, huge, gigantic civilizational collapses that happen that happen throughout history. So
Yeah, like what we were talking about last Sunday with cryodynamics and Churchin and Tanter.
yeah. Much of the chase of sex and relationships is somewhat overrated, especially without having the authentic girlfriend experience. Sex and relationships are sorry for the grammar issue, though. Well, I knew that was what that was anyway. So, being mentally ill makes mentally ill, like the Joker. Oh.
Well, to Finley, that was kind of like JD Unwin's whole shtick, kind of.
Well, yeah, like before I jump onto that, Dante is the entertainment technology that made people upset. Like, I would say technology is only a part of it. I would say that just the whole process of urbanization itself, kind of like bottling people up into large groups, which are highly stressful situations to be in, like just as it is. But you also have to think like all the time that's spent working and all the energy that's being exerted just trying to meet base survivability. Like eventually it becomes a point like it becomes like is the trade-off worth it at that point? Which kind of goes into Unwin's theories about how yeah, eventually as a society becomes more liberal and more conservative values are kind of loosened, especially with the sexual behaviors between men and women. Like because nature already predisposes women to be like to have available access to sex like whenever she wants, and men not so much. Like it all favors the women but not the men because they're the ones who have to compete for the female. They have to not only compete for the female's attention, they have to compete against other men. So therefore that's energy being wasted, that's time being wasted, which eventually causes that liberal society to collapse because no new ideas are being thought about, no areas of industry or production are being upkept, and eventually the society just implodes on itself.
Yeah, this weird shit of like 30-year-old and 40-year-old people dating and shit is not
And I
how it's
would,
supposed to be.
yeah, and I would actually have to agree with first, like dating, like the whole concept of dating is at one like 100% antithetical to just like maybe not, well, yeah, even to human nature because that's not how. Like, and I know human nature is kind of like like whatever. Okay, in the realm of biological processes, like you're not supposed to date. You're supposed to get the job done. You're supposed to pair off with somebody at as young of an age as you viably can to produce the healthiest offspring. You're not supposed to, oh, like weigh my options and see if this one is the right fit, and if not, spend more time shopping around.
I
Like
mean,
that's just a waste of time and energy.
plus if we're talking about like a hunter-gatherer society, all those people you would be interacting with, you would have interacted with from childhood. You
Yeah,
would have had to
because
do this like search everybody's background each and every time you're trying to fuck. Like that's weird.
Yeah, like trying to find up their Facebook page and see what their social statuses are and all that. But then again, like hunter-gatherer societies, I think were small in number just because they couldn't sustain larger populations. One of the reasons why I think one of the major reasons why Ingalls is probably like dead wrong in his Origin of the Families book is like that's not how societies, like hunter-gatherer societies, were not all that egalitarian. Like they had their own class divisions, and that class division was the division of sex, because men and women are biologically capable and incapable of different things. So they had to compromise and compensate for the other. And that meant that women, by and large, had to stay put in certain areas while the men would go off and hunt and gather up resources and hunt game. And mostly because like women were going to be like incapable of doing anything for large periods of times while they gestated. So it's like it's always been the men sacrificing themselves. It's never like this whole idea like women were the oppressed class of like that is not how it's ever been in any time in history. Like the only like maybe in medieval and early capitalist areas or eras, but that's just because the women made up the majority of the population, so they kind of had to pick up the slack. Where because I think it was after the 30 Years' War, like I think the male population in Germany was cut down by like 1/4. Like yeah, so women had to pick up the slack with that. And that's why, like, in factories kind of placated to women and children because they made up the majority of the population. So again, it's not because women are like the weaker sex or anything. It's because for a long time in human history, they made up a majority of the population. But now that men make up the majority of the population, okay, so what are we? We're just on chattel slavery now. Okay, sermon over.
I hear you, my dude. Definitely had me a few times. You have to remember back in the day, dudes didn't really care about the O or the G spot. Mentioned this a few times, but 36 is still sell. Tough out here. Dang. It's all about caring about her pleasure and is leading to this. They're the reason why successful societies in today were curbing their nature somewhat.
Shit, the only societies that survived to even be talked about were the ones that curbed it, you know. It's like I said before, you both genders have to give certain shit up to have a functional society, and the more you give up, the higher the society you have. For women, they had to give up control of their sexuality. For men, they had to give up their control of violence.
Violence and probably labor too.
Yeah, both. Yeah.
I mean, I guess
Productivity and
I guess at the time you could say like labor and violence kind of went hand in hand.
you know what I mean? The ability
Yeah,
to
I
change the
know.
world. Yeah.
Yeah,
But you're right,
I
though.
know.
I understand.
Really want to quit life. Only when countries get raided, but even then, men would send for the women. They get taken while the men get killed. It baffles me how parents do not see this issue and think their sons are just gonna get a wife at 30. Like, what the fuck? I don't understand how they don't see it either, dude. It really doesn't make any sense. Like, what do you expect some guy who's like, his only real social interaction has been to women, has been like, the best he has is like talking to a cashier at a 7-Eleven, and you expect this guy to fucking somehow at age 30 figure out all how dating dynamics work between men and women, figure out that looks matter, figure out all this stuff for him to fucking find a wife? Like, you out of your fucking mind, dude? It's absurd.
Yeah, it's like fucking Shinji from Evangelion is like the norm now. Like that shit used to be unusual, but now it's just like the usual male. Fucked up.
Pay respect to my boy Shino from Naruto, man.
Wait, who?
Shino, the bug guy. There's an episode in Boruto kind of early on, like he tries to try to be a father figure to Boruto, and he like legit breaks down crying, and he's like the only one who never married or had children.
I'll be
Even
right
Rock,
back. One
even
second.
Rock Lee married and had children. Like man, even Choji.
Just be expecting a lonely ass young to build society. Yeah. I have a hard time thinking about women in the last months. I mean, I'm pretty sure something worse is going to take place. Who knows? Fog of war, my dude.
The dogs of war don't negotiate.
Tons of chads in terms of the personality of Shinji. That is the irony. Yeah, very true. Like World War III and total collapse of the economy, cyber attack, and maybe the Goog and Magog war.
Gog and Magog.
Gog and Magog. Oh.
Yeah. No.
Goog.
It's
I say Goog.
Goog.
Goog. My dude. Goog. My dude.
I never watched Evangelion, so I don't know who this Shinji is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it sounds disappointing.
I can't believe I've never seen Evangelion before. Wow.
I've heard of it. It's just I'm kind of weird about animes, man. It's like I hear talk about stuff. It's like, okay, do I really want to see this? Like Attack on Titan. I don't care if I ever see a single episode of that show.
Wow, I love that show.
AOT is. You know what? I'll take it back. No, that actually is a okay anime. I'm so used to reading stuff. I don't even take anime seriously anymore.
Speaking of anime and mangas, so I'm pretty sure Luffy just got fucking killed in One Piece. Spoilers.
Yeah, I'm still on literally chapter 3.
One day, Jack. One day.
No, it's 1,000 fucking chapters. No, I'm not. I don't just do the same shit I did for everything else. I'll just read like the last chapter in the book, and then read the synopsis on Wikipedia, and that's gonna be it.
I mean, think of all the time you'll save. I mean, I've been following One Piece now since 2015. That's 7 years of my life, man. Where did it go?
You could have read 2 whole chapters of Berserk in that time.
And the entirety of Hunter x Hunter, and still waiting for the finale.
Here's some funny, not funny meme, but pretty, it's an FDS post, apparently. Here we go. The struggle with my ideal man, not married, any race, at least 6'2", not obese, earning at least $100,000 per year. Statistical data, the probability of a U.S. guy in the U.S. population age 25 to 40 meets your standard is 0.16%. She's like, it was a big post.
I like those odds.
Let me see if I can find the post real quick. There was one really good post in here that was really, really funny.
Bro, I put my shitty ass stats in there. I was like top 20%.
Top 1%, my dude. Calculator was created by screw it loser. The results are bullshit. Keep your standards. Never ever settle. The ideal man is 35, 45, physically attractive, and makes health a priority. So no smoking and wearing a sunscreen is a must. 6 foot. Why sunscreens? What the fuck? 6'4" plus because they are more attractive to me. Makes at least 120K a year and is more than happy spending a large portion of that experiences with me. What the fuck? Like, FDS reads like a fucking meme. It reads like a fucking psyop. Like someone's trying to fuck with me. Like they can't actually believe this stuff, can they?
Like it's tailor made to hit all your trigger points.
Yeah.
If
Child
nobody
free.
believed that shit, we wouldn't be in the situation we are.
It's true. Child free, cleans up after himself, enjoys cooking and is good at it. Wants me, every inch of me, and expresses that often. No porn, no PIED, and no, I never even considered cheating. I don't give a flying fuck if someone a fugly piece of shit says there's 0% chance of meeting this man. I will happily live single life in a cute condo and experience every aspect of life without the worry. Yeah, this is what I just read about the read in Korea.
Yeah,
Like,
that's your birth rate in a nutshell, right
the
there.
exact same behavior.
Women are more content to being just placid and lethargic in life because they have everything catered to them.
Everything's provided too, so
Basically,
yeah, like,
she wants the Hallmark movie experience.
yeah.
Again, she wants a movie experience. She doesn't want real life. I mean, then again, does anyone want real life? And Dante, wasn't Gog a king, but Magog like a country in like somewhere in Assyria?
I haven't read the fucking Bible in like 10 years.
I was kind of hoping like to get that discussion going, but
About what?
me and Dante were going to talk about like my theories on Christian origins, and he was gonna like, I guess he was gonna critique it, which is fine because I want it to be critiqued. I want to see where like the weak points are. That's why I kind of wrote that thesis on the comments of the last one.
Yeah.
The origins of Christianity are obvious. 6,000 years ago. What are you talking about?
God said, "Let there be light," and it was good.
What's up, Woody? Okay, that was weird.
Swear to God, if this is the fucking belly guy one more goddamn time.
No, it's really him. It's authenticated. Can't hear him. So weird.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah.
All right. Shit. I was gonna ask you guys if you guys are ready to die for gynocentrism, for freedom, for having not freedom, somewhat freedom.
Are we ready to
for
die
the
for
land.
Israel? That's what you mean. Are we ready to die
Yes.
for Israel?
Are we ready? Definitely. Are we ready to die for Israel, boyos?
I for one am an ally. I'm a Jewish ally. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we love Israel over here.
Shit, I know the Kabbalah, so I got more. Yeah, I got more credit than all y'all.
I thought about converting to Judaism a few years ago. I think I got more credit than all of y'all.
Well, I'm the king of Israel, so I'm Mog everybody over here.
Tell me the difference between Ayin and Kether, motherfucker. Exactly. I was born with a yarmulke. I was fucking born with a yarmulke.
Dude, I was born holding a menorah.
I was born by the holy Mother Mary, or I don't know what they call her.
You almost got it, man. You almost got it.
If you were actually Jewish, you would have
Saint Mary. Saint Mary. Yeah, there you go.
It's too late. No.
All of Catholicism worships Saint Mary. Yeah, so let's get ready to get drafted. I heard there was a law passed that Foids wouldn't be drafted in a war like a couple of years ago or something. I don't know how true that is, dude. I'm not gonna waste my life looking into that.
Populations are restarted by females. That's why you don't draft them. That's why you don't allow them to fight in wars. That's also why you don't allow them to take political power, because when there are wars, it's going to be men who have to fight and die for them. And it's going to
Right.
be men who are going to have to suffer the consequences.
Also because physically they're shitty warriors.
Well,
That's it.
but we need to achieve equilibrium. So
Man,
we have to.
now fuck equality. I say let them fight the shit. I'll stay over here and be in the goddamn kitchen.
At
Yeah,
this point,
definitely.
yeah, I say just let all the women fight and kill each other off. Then the men can't reproduce, and we die off, and there you go, the end of humanity.
I think Mystery nailed it earlier when he talked about. I think it's I'm not exactly quoting it right, but it was somewhere along the lines of, that it's an inherent nature in men of in a way simping for females. So generally, because it's men, it's not aliens or lizard people who are legislating these laws, right? Majority of them are snowmen. If you guys get what I'm saying. So it's like who's putting these laws in place, where the younger generations or men have to suffer. It's other other snowmans, and so that's how I see it. It's the bending over backwards, for it's in a way it's in majority, unless unless you have a higher awareness, you wouldn't be able to see that. But naturally, I guess it would be instinctual thing to simp and make laws for Floyd's benefits.
Well, yeah, because the whole of human society has always been to protect females, and men naturally see themselves as being like objects of utility. Like we're the ones who are supposed to hunt, fight, and protect. Like it's just like it's in our biology. It's
Yeah,
why.
dude, but the West is dying because of that, because of that, because of this,
Well,
this
I would
culture.
say no. I would say it's dying because men no longer have a reason to fight, or like men are the ones who are alienated from the culture, not the women.
Shit.
Uh,
It's like
well,
that
that's
BGS
true,
post
but
that had up. I told y'all.
Like because society does not society is not meant for men. Even though yeah, you could say like men are the ones that can more easily like cooperate and come together. But at the end of the day, when females are concerned, like the last person you're going to trust is another man. It's like you wanna like trust your neighbor, but you're also like suspicious of him too.
It's like literally it's been said like a billion times, but literally the first step to having a higher tier society of any type is having a system to deal with sexual infighting
Well, yeah, it's
between the males. You can't even get to a fucking agrarian culture if you don't deal with that shit.
I'll quote it at the end. I'll use it as my last words. But yeah, Unwin basically like nailed it in Sex and Culture in one sentence, actually.
I thought I did chasing the girl around the corner, grabbing her phone and then shoving her to the ground. I look left, look right, and then got in the hallway. Not my problem. My God. Oh God. She's getting more masculine, so the protective instinct for men are not there anymore. I'll say that's very true. Yeah.
Hey, I've been through that shit personally. I already know.
Could someone define the West prior to leaving? I would like to like a definition.
All right. No, I can define the West. All right. If you get a globe, all the green shit is the West.
But the Earth is flat.
Oh,
all
God.
the flat green shit is the West.
Okay.
Like once you fall off, then you've officially gone east. So yeah.
Okay.
When you start
Flat
walking
surface, and not the globe.
when you
Okay.
start walking upside down, you're at the east.
Yeah, it is what it is, and I would advise if you can, to hop over the border, go to Mexico when the draft is calling your name.
Yeah, I would go to Mexico, but they're globe. Everything's a sphere there. I'm in flatland. They're in sphere land.
Yeah, I'll probably go to Venezuela with my American almighty US dollar. I'll live like a king over there until this is over.
I don't know, man. I've heard Uruguay is pretty good.
Yeah, I could probably just go to Brazil and act like I'm a fucking native. I don't know.
There you go.
I'm like just dark enough to actually get away with that shit.
I could probably go to Uruguay, and my JVW card would actually be valid there.
Well, I'm golden brown, so I'll probably, I guess, fit in anywhere. I guess.
You know, if they really started the draft, like literally everybody be having this conversation though. Like it.
It would really be a wake up call for me. It's like, okay, I'm being drafted to fight, but what am I fighting for?
I think the 1/3 of the military, if 1/3 of the men that would be drafted I think they would refuse to fight. You know.
You couldn't even summon people to the initial whatever that shit's called. When they first call you up, you gotta go to the depot or whatever.
Like, what if so I get drafted and I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. What? I get court-martialed. I get sent to the brig. I get sent to prison. Like, okay, my life is a prison.
I keep on saying this it's like at that point, if you think you're gonna die anyway, the mental calculus is it's easier to fight the government than it is to fight the Russians.
Yeah, they're geographically closer to you anyway.
Like there have already been draft rights before. I know at least one in like the 1850s over the Civil War. So it's not unheard of.
Well, I gotta let me reply to Kumo in the chat. You know, he says, "Would you accept Sweden?" So Sweden, last time I checked, was around 8 million people population. I think 2 million migrants were allowed to come to Sweden, and I can probably bet you money that they're the ones who are keeping up the birth rates in Sweden.
Because native Swedish women just like dropped off.
Oh, they also, I think they had an article, and I forgot if they were pushing for a law to not have like Eastern Asian to stop the immigration. You know how they get the status, you marry them and you bring them to Sweden, that they wanted to stop doing that. But I don't remember if it was a law being pushed or what it was, but that was a thing from Sweden.
I remember reading the articles about that, but yeah.
Yeah. You know, on the current topic in Russia, so Russia has 2/3 of Russia and Ukraine. I would add has 1/3 of all the wheat that comes out of Russia. I think it's 60%. I think of their GDPs is oil, and what else? What else does Russia export? Lumber is a big thing too. Majority of Russia, they live in a I don't know, maybe less than a quarter of the country. So majority of Russia is just wilderness, and you know, I don't know what, I don't think it's wasteland, but it's just wilderness, right? And one more thing I'm forgetting from Russia. So you know, if they stop that, if Putin takes, you know, control of Ukraine, so that would be a big factor. And I think Ukraine was established as a country in the 1990s, and I can't help but think, you know, that U.S. had a huge influence on that. You know, because our leader, our great leader, uh, Joe Biden, his son was one of the board members of some energy company in
Hunter Biden.
Ukraine. Yeah.
Yeah, weird how
Uh,
nobody brings that up. How everything's going on.
yeah, and I think there's nuclear power too. I'm not like no, not weapons, but the nuclear power plants too. There was some numbers of power plants, that Ukraine has. So it is a big resource grab that's separated from Russia. So that's also one of the reasons. And also, I think Russia got rid of their central banking. So I don't know how far top of control Putin is, but they do have a lot of resources in the world, and China's siding with Russia. Bibi Netanyahu, I think, went to Russia, to Moscow, to meet Putin. But I think this was before all this got started, for whatever reason, and so that's what I'm thinking, that Russia still has pretty good control over this, and I don't know how bad or mild this is going to be, but I think other than Ukraine, there's Putin's not going to go after anything else, because that would be probably outgoing or not okay with other countries.
Well, the thing about it's not about whether Russia can win or not. They objectively can. It's just about how much they're willing to spend at this point.
Mm,
Like any victory, like at this point, any victory they get is going to be like by default Pyrrhic, because they blatantly didn't expect this shit to go south.
well, I would say, so because I was speaking to another guy who's been following Putin since like 1990s. He talked about that. The Putin that he's been practicing chess and another mental tasking martial arts sport. I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's something.
Sambo,
Uh, it might be Sambo or something. I guess I'm not sure if it's judo or Sambo, but it's one of the martial arts sports where it takes you decades to go through. So I guess his point of view was that Putin is very strategic in his decisions, and he probably knows what, he probably can predict what's going to happen or not. So that's why there isn't a direct attack, or there isn't a direct impact or attack on Ukraine. I think it's supposed to go slowly. I mean, that was his point of view, but Russia do control a lot of good resources in the world.
yeah, but considering the amount of political and literal monetary capital they lost in just a fucking week, and the fact that not only is the president of Ukraine still alive, but they still have like control of basically all the cities and the narrative. Like someone like me thought that, like, okay, a week in, Russia would have obviously had the country, and Ukraine would be fighting an insurgency if they gave a fuck. If it was like really, really like that. So the fact we haven't even reached stage 2, when fucking everybody and their mama thought, all right, the conventional side of this war would obviously be over by now, or at least wrapping up. Like, to someone like me, it's like, okay, something fucked up, obviously.
Well, what do you mean by wrapping up? They're retreating?
You would have thought Russia would have had like the major shit out the way.
Yeah, but like, don't wars take a long time? Like, would it really take? Could he really just walk in there and steamroll the whole place?
Yeah.
Like, he's only been using his like lowest tier shit so far. He hasn't, apparently that's what even the Western media has been saying. He's been holding back his best troops and also his best equipment as well.
Yeah, but like, why just lose anything at all?
He's been hiding his power level.
Wait, why do what?
I don't know. It seems like fucking code to me. Like,
what?
So,
like this whole thing was like military venturism.
It's like when people. All right, no, go ahead, Les.
No, I'm just trying to explain, like, with like no greater aim, like in game inside. It was just like a way to like exert power. I don't know.
No, he probably had greater strategic aims because Ukraine controls a lot, and he also wants to extend his border so NATO doesn't fuck him as hard. But like the way
They
things are rolled
also,
out, I think even he expected like he really would just fucking roll in there.
I don't know, man. I mean, he's not a dumb guy, and I'm pretty sure he knows what's going on or predicted what would be happening. Whatever propaganda they're pushing over here, it really doesn't matter. What, you're gonna throw away all the vodka? You're gonna stop Netflix or Pornhub from Russia? That's actually helping them, if anything. And it's only like what 3, 4, maybe 5% of actual vodka that's from Russia. Speaking in business terms, so that's not their huge import, and other stuff really doesn't even matter. Just virtue signaling and painting your stupid face, with a Ukraine flag on. Just the NPCs, regular being normies and following the orders. It's really stupidity. If they really wanted to make a difference, there will be boots on the grounds or something around. I think NATO has all the countries surrounding that area. Uh, I think they broke a treaty because I think NATO or whoever, did I think they agreed on that we're not gonna have, NATO around surrounding countries by Russia, and I think they broke that agreement with Russia. So I mean, in the end, we can speculate, but I'm pretty sure, they're not stupid. They know what's going on and what's happening.
Okay, to Dante Sparta's point, and Dante, even though I haven't seen the video yet because I've been up here the whole time, I can't watch it yet. Both Putin and Zelensky are basically part of the fucking. How should I say? Putin, he has associations with Schwab as one of his young leaders. Charles Schwab, I already talked about him directly. And Zelensky, nothing needs to be said there. Especially when you have people like fucking, if anybody remembers Pizzagate and all that, Marina Abramovic, whatever. Basically, all those people from Pizzagate out there simping for Zelensky tells you everything you need to know. So
yeah, all of media, like Russia, like nothing bad happens in Ukraine. Everything is against Russia for Ukraine. So that's another form of propaganda. For whatever reason, they're all siding with Ukraine all of a sudden. In a way, it's clear as daylight what they want and who not to go with. if you're gonna listen to media, in a way go towards the opposite, because there's a lot of proof of them lying over and over again.
Damn, what are you in Ukraine? What the fuck was that?
Yeah, really. I'm about to say, dude, like, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, I'm getting dropped off to fucking go die and be a cannon fodder. Fight the Russians.
No, that's exactly what it sounds like, man.
Woody over here loading his javelins and shit, reporting from the front line. What the fuck?
Dude, I didn't say Russia's with Israel. I don't know where Dante got that from. I never said that. The closest ally I think who's good with them is India, China, and I think Iran is also in good relations with Russia. And China is no joke either. China has good relations with the US, but they're also friendly with Russia too.
China does not want anything to do with those fucking sanctions because everybody's thinking, okay, you got the Russia and Ukraine thing. How's NATO and all them going to handle it when it comes to China and Taiwan, especially America? So China does not want that fucking smoke at all.
And if Bibi Netanyahu went to talk to Putin, it was probably for any benefit or maybe more future planning, instead of making allies.
Holy mother of God. The fuck?
What?
I'm looking at some crazy ass shit. What even is this? I can't share this.
All right, describe it.
Some dude took like a fucking bottle and like put it in a toilet and it's fucking exploded. I don't know what the fuck's going on, dude.
Russians in the sewers. I don't know.
Gog and Magog.
Yeah, I'm
Gog
pretty sure,
and
and because like in the Old Testament, Gog was a king and Magog was a country. I think it was in Assyria. Dante says Russia, but I don't think that's how the Old Testament portrayed it. I can't remember. But in Revelation, they're both portrayed as like warriors fighting against the kingdom of heaven. Like you can find like statues of them. Like it's weird that because like even though these are like made up as like villainous figures, they're actually kind of like worshipped and celebrated, like in idols and effigies. Kind of creepy looking too.
Let's see. The Jerusalem Post. Let's see what we have here. Is the Russian invasion of Ukraine part of the end times prophecy? It seems like many Christian leaders are watching closely to find out. Some made a leap of faith and claimed God's prophecy is being fulfilled, while others have cautioned it's too early to tell.
Okay, so the Jews are behind it. There you go.
In recent days, videos have popped up all over the internet, including all social media websites and the evangelical Christian ministries on Christian outlets, citing passages from Ezekiel 38 claiming that the end times are here. Okay. Christian broadcast or network CBN founder Pat Robinson, 91. Dude's 91 years old. My fucking God. Made an unusual, unexpected appearance on the Network 700 Club on Monday to talk about what he believes the Russian-Ukraine war might fit into the biblical end time prophecy. In a nearly 18-minute film, Robertson repeatedly quotes Ezekiel 38 and claims that God is getting ready to do something amazing and that will be fulfilled. What does Ezekiel 38 say? The words of Hashem came to me, O mortal, turn your face towards Gog of the land of Magog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal. Prophecy against him and say, thus said Hashem, lo, I am coming to deal with you, O Gog, chief of Meshech and Tabal. I will turn you around and put hooks in your jaws and lead away with what the fuck, dude? Gets to the point. This is why I don't read the Bible. I will turn you around and put hooks in you and your jaw and lead you out with all your army, horses and horsemen, all of them clothed in splendor, a vast assembly of all of them with bucklers, shields, wielding swords. Among them shall be Persia, Nubia, Put, everyone with shield and helmet, Gomer and all his cohorts, Beth Togarmah in the most remotest parts of the north and all his cohorts, and the many peoples with you, Ezekiel 38, 1-6.
Like, does nobody ever stop and think about like when is this like whole prophecy and look into the Bible? Like, oh, this is happening now. Like, people have been saying this for like literally 500 years.
Yeah,
500 people have been saying this shit since the Bible was written.
Yeah, like even like way back then, like Origen and Clement of Alexandria. You know what I mean? Dang it! Like it's weird how they always modernize these prophecies to fit their own current events, and yet nothing ever happens. Like they did this, they were doing this stuff when 9/11 happened. They were fishing Bible passages and Bible verses and quoting, "Oh, it's the end times. It's the 1,000-year war or the 1,000 years of peace." It's just a waste of time, man.
And 9. Well, not again.
No, I don't think I'll check the map, Dante. I've seen enough maps in my life.
9/11 was strangely significant, but I'm a terror dude.
Like it was, but not for the reasons like Christians think it was.
I know it's the fall of the old order.
And like, I'll save that for when if me and Dante can ever like talk about it, because a large part of my ideas and theories kind of hinge on Revelation, particularly Revelation 13. Like spoilers, but like it's obvious that the number of the beast 666 or 616 obviously refers to Hadrian, because he's even mentioned in the Cybele oracles as being like a monstrous figure who goes around like imposing his taxes and monetary reforms onto the chosen people. Like is and like the fact that like the first beast in chapter 13 emerges out of the sea, and Hadrian's name was named after the Adriatic Sea. Like it's obvious that it's referring to Hadrian and his false prophet Aquila, who I'll deal with all this stuff later.
Okay.
I mean, I could go on, but like we're kind of getting sidetracked, I guess.
Some loons were in town today banging on about the end times as a sales pitch.
Basically, Hadrian tried to establish himself as a messianic figure because after Trajan's death and after the Kittos War, Hadrian tried to smooth relations over with the Jews in Palestine by promising to rebuild the temple. And some Jews accepted it and thought that, hey, wait, maybe this guy is a messianic figure. And that's where like you get a text like Epistle of Barnabas, who even says that those who destroy the temple are going to rebuild it. Well, that can't refer to the second temple because the Babylonians destroyed it, but it was the Persians who allowed the Jews to rebuild it. So it can only refer to the Romans who destroyed the second temple, and it's the Romans who are going to rebuild it as the third temple. Of course, that eventually fell through because the Jews weren't too keen on a Roman trying to enforce his policies in Judea, especially when he banned circumcision and tried to levy heavy taxes on it. Again, the monetary reform, 666, the number of the man being a monetary figure. Hadrian's name that appears on the coins he minted, Hadrianus Trigianus, in Aramaic and Hebrew, it's actually like Adrian Trianus because they didn't have J's at the time. And Grammatica, it actually means 666. And I didn't come up with this. This isn't some mad ravings of a loon. Daniel Walter and a German scholar, I think he's still alive, actually, like, they figured this out, and I was figuring it out, like, independent of them. So it actually does get to a point where it's fairly obvious that, like, that's where Christianity comes from. Like, all this, like, Gaines saying about end time prophecies, like, it's a waste of time, man. The end times happened, and we're still alive, and the church was the kingdom of heaven.
Depends on who you're talking to. Biblically, I don't know, but as far as other places, the end times are now. But
like, we are living in a end times. We're not living in the end times. Like, theologically speaking, we're
both.
Living in the end times sociologically.
I can't speak on a biblical level, but as far as other systems, both at the same time.
So here's a good question. So does Jehovah's Witnesses give you pussy by Ice Cactus? No, I would say.
You know how many converts you would have if that was true?
I don't know. Jehovah's Witnesses are actually kind of weird. The cuck times.
The cuck times, yep. Cocktails. Woo.
Darkwing cuck. When there's trouble, it's SJW.
The liminal order.
I love Darkwing Duck.
That was the shit for like the 3 episodes I ever watched.
I don't remember it. Like, I know he was like a detective, right?
Yeah.
Another good religion. If you want a religious max and maybe find a white wife, then Mormons, they're like majority white. If people are crazy about that shit.
Yeah, but here's the problem with like it's like it's the problem with polygamy and polygyny. Like it sucks up all the women to a few men, to the point where like a lot of the men aren't going to have anything.
I mean,
Plus, Mormons are kind of Illuminati tier like everybody else. So Mormons up there with the fucking Jesuits and yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
Joseph Smith
thinking-
was like really hardcore into like occultism. Like he carried around magic gems.
Wait, who?
Well, yeah, Joseph Smith. Like he was a con artist, huckster, but he was like really into like the occult and what's it? It was called something at the time. I can't remember what. It was like a branch of like a proto form of theosophy almost.
Shit, spiritualism. Like, nah.
I don't know. It was like some esoteric philosophy.
The Quakers.
Actually, wasn't Joseph Smith no, I don't know that much about Joseph Smith, so I'm not gonna say anymore.
so
And
I gotta
think
say,
that probably to answer your question, probably Islam.
so here's what I gotta say about the Mormon religion, right? I had two different experiences with the Mormons. One was, back in the day, my roommate was Mormon, and I don't know what levels. I'm not a lookism expert, but they guys that are not the best looking are still married to, I guess, their looks match, or whatever in the religion and the individual churches. And then another was when I was, I guess, I don't know, you could say I was dealing with friends that were Mormon, two of them, and they invited us to their church, and I saw something similar. That they go more towards marriage in a way, and in their church, because they have their little gatherings of different groups and studies. So that's one way you could luck out, I guess, but I don't have the time to invest or even consider anything like that. Plus, I'm not crazy about white pussy. So yeah, I'm definitely not doing anything like that.
The Quran is modeled after like the Manichaeans. Like like Islam is like a branch of Mani's theology, which somebody like Stephen Hewler would say is closer to Marcion's, which I don't know because I don't know that much about Mani or the Manichaeans. But like even the Muslims' conception of Jesus as a prophet who like didn't die on the cross but had like a spiritual double is like almost like beat for beat the Basilidians. But then you also get to like Simon of Cyrene, who the Basilidians thought that he was switched out with Jesus at the crucifixion, and it's actually Simon who was crucified. But as far as like that was almost 800 years ago. Like by that point, any idea of Hadrian and all that stuff would have been forgotten and was probably deliberately covered up by the like people like Zephyrinus, who went over to when he was codifying the New Testament. Like all that stuff, like I'm not saying like this stuff was common knowledge for like hundreds and hundreds of years. It was probably common knowledge when it was first starting, because it's what the Jews were going through. It's what the Jews were seeing right then and there. They even wrote in the Sibylline oracles that Hadrian would have his son worshipped as a god, which was Antinous, not his actual son. It was actually his boy lover. And actually goes through like, okay, that's some weird. That explains some weird stuff with the Carpocratians. Actually, like how is it that the Carpocratians had a portrait of Jesus miraculously painted by Pilate. Like it starts to explain a lot of weird things that happens or that happened in the early church, especially with the heresies and the heterodox.
Yeah,
All this stuff is kind of meaningless, but I'm just explaining it.
yeah, I gave up on trying to understand Christianity like 20 years ago.
Yeah, you kind of, I don't know, maybe from a sociological, I kind of have to, because we still, like, even though we live predominantly in a post-Christian world, like, we still, like, even atheist, like, I'm not gonna, generalize, but well, maybe I'll have to. Like, even atheists think in terms of like a Christian does. Like, even science, like the idea of science as being like a tool for discovery is a very Christian idea, because a lot of the like modern sciences are based and modeled off of like the medieval and Renaissance sciences, which were predominantly used to discovering like the ultimate truth of God and creation.
Yeah, little known secret. What was also going on around those ages? Shitload of secret esoteric groups popping up everywhere.
Yeah, yeah. Like I used to be like big into that, like studying like the Rosicrucians. I don't know, like I think it's Messer Eckhart and too. Like I'm still interested in reading it. I just don't put as much like faith in it as I used to. The Nazarenes didn't exist until after Kitos, Dante. Like all this stuff, like there wasn't a church in the first century. Like that idea needs to be jettisoned ASAP, because it really kind of limits how scholars even go about this, because they are so desperate to make this stuff fit within an orthodox framework. That's why they will do anything to have Mark like as close to Jesus' time, even though when it's obvious that it was written way after the Jewish Roman War, and probably way after the Bar Kokhba revolt, because it mentions things that only people living during Bar Kokhba would know, like Hadrian having an altar to Jupiter set up in Jerusalem, or at that point it would have been Aelia Capitolina, which again goes into like the mini apocalypse. I think it's in what is it? It's man, I cannot remember verses or chapters to save my life. But
Sign of a heretic, but go ahead.
yeah, disciple of Simon Magus. But like I don't know, man.
Interesting. Well, should we end the stream or what?
Motherfucker, it's 4 hours. You stop trying to clock out early.
Oh, come on, man. You want me to do a
Yeah.
Put in the
5-hour
hours,
stream?
mystery.
Put in the
No.
hours.
If I will say, like okay, so here's how it kind of goes, Dante. So during the Kitos revolt, you have a figure that rises up seemingly out of nowhere named Lacuus, who the Greeks called Andreas, and that was probably a messianic title, because Andreas is Greek for man, and the man is a messianic title for Moses and for David, the man of God. And after he was more likely than not crucified in Lydda, like you had like followers, particularly Julian and Pappus, and like these were like the closest we can get to saying who the Nazarenes were, and the Ebionites, because what do we know of the Nazarenes and Ebionites? Almost next to nothing, except for the Nazarenes believed in a virgin birth and the Ebionites denied it. Well, why is that? Why would they deny kind of a important theological fact about their Messiah, or about the Messiah? It's because like that answer is probably found in Acts, because it says like Paul is supposedly the ringleader of the Nazarenes. How that's possible, I don't know. But Acts is by and large like Catholic propaganda to bridge the gap between when Jesus was supposed to live and the time of Tiberius, as to where like church history actually starts to crop up like almost 100 years later. Like, isn't it weird? Like the apostolic fathers are like Ignatius and even like John of Zebedee. Like, isn't it weird? Like, he is the only bridge to Jesus, and Polycarp and Papias and even Marcion in certain instances are all followers of John, and yet they all have widely different theologies. It almost sounds as if this whole stuff is being made up, and that is because it is made up.
Really?
The history part of it is. Because after Bar Kokhba, you get to where, okay, so you get to political motivations to have a figure by the name of Jesus push back to abide by the prophecies of Daniel and Ezekiel, that was supposed to, okay, the Messiah was supposed to come like at a certain time, he'd be cut off, but then he'd be restored, and which I think is in Daniel, which if you calculate when Daniel was in Babylon, and when, you know, I forget like how it's like 7 weeks, like 7 weeks of, I forget the, like, it's supposed to add up to like over 500 years, which puts it around the time of Tiberius. But then you have to like fudge numbers because they don't add up to where it's supposed to be, like with Mark, with the synoptics and John, because they set the passion at different days of the week, which means that they took place on different years. Like a lot of this stuff is actually really fascinating. I guess if you're into that stuff. But like the idea of having a Jesus figure was politically motivated to distinguish Christians that didn't come about until after Bar Kokhba, to distinguish them from the Jews, because Torah had been outlawed by Hadrian. So they needed a new gospel, a new law, which was the gospel, but they couldn't associate themselves with the Jews, and they needed to establish themselves with some credit, because the Romans had, like, they didn't like new things, they didn't like novel ideas, they liked old things. So their idea was, okay, so we're actually not new, we're actually following something that has existed for well over 100 years. And that's when you get figures like Justin Martyr. Like, isn't it like, it's weird that Justin Martyr is like the first like heavy hitter Christian that just pops up, and yet a lot of his works seem like they were cobbled together. Like if you look at dialogue with Trifo, like you can see like these are two different works being put together, because at one place Justin says, like, he outright tells Trifo that he's going to write everything down and have it published, but then at the very end of the book he says this book is actually dedicated to somebody named Marcus Pompeius. Which is it? Is it dedicated to Trifo, which Justin says, or is it dedicated to Marcus, which he says at the end? And of course, like the book could have taken Justin like 20 years to compose, because the dialogue supposedly happened during the Bar Kokhba revolt, but it wasn't published till like the 50s, like almost 20 years after the revolt. But it just seems like a lot of early Christian history and early Christian church fathers are like wholly made up. Like Irenaeus might as well not be a historical figure. Like, it's not the figures that people care about, it's the text that we associate with them. Like, nobody cares about Irenaeus, Bishop of Lyons, who probably did exist. In fact, I think we even have his tomb. But as far as like his against heresies, like these are made up texts, probably made up of other texts that were around at the time. It's like a
So,
rabbit hole and a half.
so basically,
Yeah.
Christian writings are a shit show as always.
I think once you get to like Clement of Alexandria, like they start to have like some legitimacy to them. But basically everything from Zephyrinus to, I would say, Hegesippus is like very suspect, and especially with somebody like Hegesippus, which I'll be like Hegesippus being like a Greek corruption of Josephus, and why people still use Josephus as a legitimate source of history, I'll never know, because Clement of Alexandria even says like copies of his works of Josephus went all the way up to the 10th year of Antoninus Pius. Josephus was supposed to have died like 40 years before that. So it's like in Josephus is where you get like the Testimonium Flavianum, which is disputed as, okay, is it authentic? Is it like partially authentic, or is it just absolutely fraudulent? That renders a lot of Josephus suspect of just being interpolated. And like Hegesippus is also like, he's the first one who started like writing up histories of like James and John and all these other like figures, and it's possible that he also composed like Acts works too. And that brings in like a whole nother subject of like figures being put together then splitting off, which was actually pretty common in ancient history, because how information traveled was pretty slow. So legends start to appear about one figure, but then in another area they appear, but they like, it seems like they're talking about another person, but they're actually talking about the same person. I know of at least two instances that happened with. One was with I think he was a rhetorician who lived in the first century. Like people started talking about this guy because he had two names, as if the two names were different people, but they were talking about the same guy. And the second one was, I think he's a Christian bishop, Anacletus, I think. Like even that one name eventually got divided, and Anacletus became two different bishops. So it's a fascinating, like it can actually drive somebody insane. It drove me insane, as you can no doubt tell.
Yeah, I ran out of patience with Christianity a long time ago. It's like, bruh, y'all motherfuckers real or not? And that's all I'm trying to figure out.
Like to a certain extent, I do kind of respect it. Like especially like ideas of pietism and quietism. Like I do understand the ideas behind, like, yeah, the mind is like a noisy thing, and it's better to like calm it down with focus and concentration. But when you actually start having these ideas influencing like geopolitical, economic, and societal, that's, I don't know.
Dude,
That's why I kind of prefer monasticism.
I'll
over-
be honest. The deepest I ever got into research of Christianity is like trying to research sodomy to see whether head counted or not. Like, all right, if I get some dome, does that make me a sinner? Because I was like 14, and that was a real fucking important question. And I know I just lowered the caliber of debate we going through right now, but still,
Could be worse.
I swear I was literally prepared to go to hell for dome. I was like, all right, I really got to weigh this shit out.
You and a lot of other men, man. Like, we're already in hell.
No, I was a dead ass zealot back then, but I was like, all right, would God forgive me? Like, do I gotta do 7 Hail Marys or some shit? Or do
just,
Aren't we all going to hell too?
Like,
If we're
do
not
what
in hell?
Country did.
like, do I just gotta take the hit and go down there? Like, do I gotta wait till I get married first? Like, what kind of bullshit?
Like, is yeah, is oral penetration considered sex or not? The question of the ages.
Like, shit. Like, all right, if I don't research and just don't know, does it still count? Like, all sorts of stupid shit.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse, Jack.
Yeah, no.
Phew. On that note,
Yeah, good on you, lass. You had a lot to say there. Good stuff.
dude, I've been building up this for like years, man. And like I told Dante, I have a lot of this stuff written up on the Early Christians forum, which I don't visit anymore because I kind of wash my hands of all this. But the more I try to leave, the more they pull me back in.
Dude, you want a religious max?
Oh, what?
Do you want a religious max or discuss, I guess, specifically Christianity or scripture teachings with people? Because I know there's 2 channels. If you wanted, you can kind of discuss. Because one guy I guess not learned, but he understands a lot of Hebrew and even Greek, to get the real meaning of the old scriptures.
I wouldn't say like religion, Max. I would say like I started studying it as more like an academic because I was just interested in it.
Theology, Maxon.
Yeah, I guess theology studying maxing as opposed to like believe maxing. There are certain aspects of religion I think is actually like I would say is kind of needed the more the world kind of goes crazy. But like as far as being like dogmatic and fanatical about it, not really. I just like it's more like a thought experiment for me, like to help me focus. Yeah, I guess it's my cope. I mean, there for a while, I did think about like just going off and joining a monastery, but even though I don't like, I'm an atheist. Like, there's some Trappist monks here in Kentucky that I thought about like joining, but I thought, am I doing it for the right reason or am I doing it for the wrong reason? And I decided it was for the wrong reason.
What was your reason?
The reason was, should I join this outfit because of my inability to live in modern society, as opposed to actually following a dedicated life of sacrifice and worship, which I can't maintain. Yeah, it'd probably be cool for like the first month, but then I'd be like, man, somebody give me an internet connection.
Yeah, I feel like I've been doing that life for like 30 years just without the credit. So hey, just sit somewhere in a small house and study all day. Oh shit. Welcome to the Black Pill.
A lot of it is passing time for me, Dante. Like, I'll be honest, at the end of the day, none of this matters. None of this stuff matters. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, Marx, Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, Wittgenstein, none of that matters at the end of the day. It's just simply me having way too much time on my hands.
Apparently, the price of oil is like through the fucking roof right now.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, it's like $124 a barrel right now.
It's like over $6 in some places.
Yeah, it's like just turned $4 in my area. Shit's insane. Food prices are outrageous too.
Why would Putin do this to us?
We actually kind of like did it to ourselves. Actually, we used to be energy independent, and then Joe Biden came in there and then ruined it all for us. So
yeah, he got right back into that Paris Accord.
Then he
or
canceled
Paris Treaty.
the XL pipeline.
Like, yeah, you
It's
could
like-
say, yeah, it's bad for the environment, but people's livelihood kind of depend on that too. You can't change one thing without changing the other. But
Because they think that like everybody lives the way they do.
that's neoliberalism for you.
Yeah.
Here, let's see. I think this quote from the Dante video. I didn't see it yet. It's just 2 paragraphs from Klaus Schwab. We all know, but still pay insufficient attention to the frightening scenario of a comprehensive cyber attack could bring a complete halt to the power supply, transportation, hospital services, our society as a whole. The COVID-19 crisis would be seen in this respect as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber attack. To use the COVID-19 crisis as a timely opportunity to reflect on the lessons of the cybersecurity community can draw and improve our unpreparedness for a potential cyber pandemic. Cyber pandemic. All right, if you see that word pop up, you know where you heard it from.
Yeah. It's stuff like this that make me think, like, even with all of our like technology and advancement, that we're still going over petty squabbles of land when like there are giant chunks of rock right above us that can smack into us at any time, and we could just like stop being a planet. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
What a beautiful way to go.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? The moon?
I'm thinking too pragmatically about the stuff. No, I'm talking about asteroids.
We're not talking. This ain't fucking Ocarina of Time, Woody. Goddamn.
Majora's Mask.
Oh shit, I fucked up.
Yeah, I was like, what?
This is what happens when you never had a Nintendo system in your life. Except for that one Game Boy Color I lost like 20 years ago, which I'd never forgotten.
This is what happens when you don't have a life except for Nintendo.
I've been playing the living fuck out of Elden Ring, dude. It's so good.
So is it really good or just okay?
It's a very, very solid From Software game. I'll be honest with you though, the open world thing isn't really required in my opinion. They probably could have gone without it, but it's not like a bad open world though. It's not horrible. It's not like horrific, but they could have done a lot more stuff with the open world they did than what they did with it. So, but it's very large.
I'm kind of getting burnt out on the whole open world concept as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yahtzee already talked about that.
Oh yeah, I saw that video too.
Also, I've possibly heard through the grapevine that there are a whole bunch of complaints about accessibility.
For Elden Ring.
In what way?
Oh shit! Let me search this shit up.
Accessibility, it's PS5, right?
It's both.
Okay.
It was some kind of soy ass discussion on.
No, I meant like people think it needs like an easy mode, which is the complaint for every single one of these Souls games.
Yeah.
The game needs an easy mode because like I suck at the game, blah blah blah. And so the game it's not designed to have an easy mode.
For some reason, Young Ripper 59 was like in my recommendeds, and then it came out with this video, Elden Ring, and the accessibility nonsense. And then there's this dynamic relations video about get good accessibility and disable players honestly at the Elden Ring. Like at first, for some of that, at first they were talking about like, oh yeah, it needs a menu narration and all that shit. Which is like, okay, I can understand, even though I don't care. But then they were talking about difficulty, and I was like, oh, all right, what the fuck? So
I'm still waiting for my God of War, man.
I still can't find the PS5 anywhere. I have an Xbox. I want a PS5. So I can pop with a
I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna, bite the bullet and just get a PS4. Because they said it's going to be backwards compatible, so...
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah, it's coming out for both PS4 and PS5. Last I heard, the rumor is it's supposed to be releasing in June. They're supposed to have like a state of play this month.
What, God of War 2?
Yeah.
Well, if it's anything like the last one, it's gonna ruin the fucking story. So,
Man, I thought the story was the best part in that game.
the best part story was in God of War 1 because it like book ended itself. It's like the fucking Matrix, man. Like you didn't need to add to it.
I mean, like, I guess what I should say is the lore building as it is in the new one. Like,
I'm not saying the new one's gonna be trash. I'm just saying the old God of War 2 was trash in a story way. Like
like for the old, sounds like you're saying that.
Bro, I'm just saying for the old, everybody who played for the old God of War games knows what the fuck I'm talking about. The better the gameplay got, the shittier the story got.
Yeah, like a lot of people say that God of War 2 is like honestly my favorite God of War game is still the first one.
Yeah.
Like the story was simple but impactful, and the gameplay was top notch.
The story, first of all, the story like it connected to you and shit. It's like, oh shit, Kratos was being revealed. Second, Kratos wasn't just an asshole for the sake of being an asshole. He was more like apathetic. He wasn't
like
just a random fucking sociopath.
I would say he's more like sympathetic. Like he's a standard Greek tragedy.
Yeah, but I mean in the sense that he wasn't like murdering for the sake of murder. He was just like just straightforward to the goal. He wasn't just like, all right, let me just commit Greek genocide just for the sake of it.
Oh yeah, he had to have reasons because there's like multiple parts where he like tries to save people.
That and being a god actually meant something. You had to travel the whole fucking game in God of War 1 was about becoming a god. No, was about killing one fucking god.
Yeah, but now you're eliminating a whole pantheon.
Yeah, then God of War 3 comes around. You killing fucking Poseidon in the fucking intro and shit.
Can I just say, God of War 3 felt very unnecessary. I can't tell you the whiplash I got when I finished God of War 2, and it's like, okay, wait, I'm like on the verge of killing Zeus, and no, like Kratos literally gets cock blocked by Athena, and we just gotta, oh man. And then God of War 3, it starts with Kratos climbing a mountain and then getting shoved back down, and he has to spend the rest of the game climbing. What is it with Kratos and climbing mountains? He does in the first one, he does in the third one, and he does in the last one.
Also, he falls to either Tartarus or Hades in each one. Like it's all sorts of familiar story beats. And then the worst part of God of War 3 was that it was just like I Am Legend, where as soon as that fucking little child and shit showed up,
oh yeah,
everybody stopped giving a fuck. And then she fucking dies anyway in the ending. It's like, what the fuck's the point?
I would say I hope they fix like the narrative structure, because in the last one, it begins like 6 different times. Like, okay, so it begins, you gotta go train Atreus, help practice. Okay, then Baldur shows up, and then the journey begins, and then you gotta climb the mountain. Oh wait, Black Mist, gotta go to Alfheim. Go come back. You could climb the mountain again. Find Mimir. Oh wait, you got to go back down to resurrect Mimir. Then you resurrect Mimir. You got to climb back up you climb up that damn mountain like 4 times, and then you finally get to the gate. Kratos and Baldur destroy the gate. It's like, okay, so this first half of the journey was just pointless. I don't like. That's one thing I did kind of rub me the wrong way with the story.
Yeah, now you said all that, it kind of does bring it all into perspective. Kill gods, climb mountain. That's a basic God of War story.
And if need be, kill mountain.
Absolutely.
Someone feeling the music.
Every time, man. I don't like jazz, but I like this kind of jazz.
Ain't feeling that beat.
Yeah.
It's the drum. I
Mysteries,
mean,
Jazz, Kuma Hour.
All right, that's a strange connection, but all right.
I'm not saying it's not untrue.
I don't care to try to test. Oh yeah, Kuma, Tisson, he was trying to get on, but there was issues with the mic.
So is that a problem with the StreamYard?
No, that's with him.
Oh, okay. No, we remember. We just don't talk about it, Dante.
Yeah.
Like that's the closest any of us will probably ever get. Is pressing X, pressing triangle, rotating control stick.
Closest we'll get to war is Call of Duty. The closest we'll get to sex is God of War. That's pretty much it.
I hope we get nuked.
Just radiate this whole planet.
Yep, start over again.
Why the fuck would you start over so we could do this shit again in like 100 years? Hell
It'd be
no.
fun, dude. It'd be fun as fuck. See if you can stop it this time.
Hey,
No, you can't.
According to Lovecraft, the species that comes after humans are a race of intelligent beetles. Maybe they'll get it right.
No.
Oh, damn.
Well, we've already start. You know why there's so much black-pilled ancient history quotes and shit? Because
Yeah,
everybody's
we've already done this.
Exactly.
Let's do it again and again and again. No, humans should never evolve again.
Dude, that's fucking brutal. History repeating itself.
It really is quite sad, really, when you think about it.
Yeah, it's not only individuals reincarnating; it's an entire society. So that's how fucked up it is.
And the crappy systems that brought him here.
Well, it's like the natural limitations of physics. There's only certain ways something can grow.
Why do they all grow in the cup?
It's just natural that all civilizations kind of develop in the same way.
So basically, what I'm getting is all animals eventually turn into crabs, and all humans eventually turn into cucks. Am I getting that right, or what?
You got the gist of it.
All right, yeah.
One day we'll be crab people. One day, crab people.
Yeah, we'll walk like crabs, but talk like people. This content has been claimed by Comedy Central.
There are no nukes. My God.
Well, Dante, those were some amazing fucking special effects in Hiroshima. Then I just got to say. Shit, crap. You know what I remember now? Those fucking splicers off of Batman Beyond.
I don't remember it.
All right, the splicers were basically, it was kind of a fad in Batman Beyond for some people to splice themselves with animal DNA. So they would take on different attributes. Like one dude would have a long ass giraffe neck. Some dude would have tiger claws.
I don't remember that at all.
You don't remember the splicers? Like, oh shit.
No. Like I remember the crazy looking Joker, and that's about it.
Yeah, the Joker gang after Joker died.
Yeah.
And then there's a fucking cult of snake people. Like I remember I saw Batman Beyond. I just shotgunned the whole fucking series like 1 week. Surprised you don't remember that.
No, but I wasn't really watching WB as a kid. I was into Fox Kids, man.
That explains why you're here.
You're here
He kind
too,
of reached
man.
his peak in the 80s, then that was it. Welcome to
I'm
the
a
radio
fucking
wasteland.
I'm a fucking fake cell. I don't count like shit. I wasn't watching
man.
Monster Rancher and shit like you. Yeah.
Wait, Monster Rancher was WB too. Was
Man,
it? I can't remember.
man,
What was
that
that
was
one? What was that one anime show with the chick with the cars and the like the toy bear?
That was Digimon. That was what the fuck was that? The
no,
cards?
it wasn't. Yeah, I think she had a
Oh, that was
she
Card
used.
Captor.
Was it?
Copycat the Sakura.
Yeah.
I remember that. Look, Monster Rancher was not on fucking WB and all my time of watching that shit. That shit was on channel 38 and shit, which was below UPN.
And
So-
you know, I will neither confirm nor deny that I watched Monster Hunter
Look,
Exactly as Monster Rancher. Even you all remember.
or even Monster Rancher.
I had premium cable, so we watched the good shows.
We were poor. We watched UPS a lot of the times. Okay.
WB was free. Like, there's no excuse for watching Monster Rancher. It don't fucking matter.
KET and UPS was our mainstay.
Used to have a crush on Dee Dee from Dexter's Lab. My God. When I was young, of course. My God.
DD for waifu, man.
So the TMNT and Batman crossover when all the villains in Arkham Asylum became animals.
There's a TMNT crossover with Power Rangers. Figure that out.
So Dee was an asshole. Remember how much she bothered and destroyed Dexter's lab?
She was, man.
So-
I mean, again, the man,
Yeah.
you know, putting in the time and the labor to
Right.
to grow his genius for the betterment of the world, I might add. And you have a Foyd prancing in and ruining it all for everyone.
Now, hold on. I remember this one episode.
Yeah, fuck Dee.
No, hold on. I remember this one episode of Dexter's Lab, and it was the first one where they introduced Mandark. And Mandark was basically scientifically mogging this motherfucker. But he was in love with Dee Dee. So Dexter sent Dee Dee over for Mandark's simping ass, and she ended up destroying his lab.
Yep.
But I think it was kind of more like a hissy fit of being stressed out because they were both fucking competing with each other throughout the shows.
Well, Dexter, because I remember the episode, like Dexter shows up thinking like he's hot stuff, and then this new kid Mandark shows up. He's like answering all the questions before Dexter can even raise his hand. And plus, you know, yeah, I think it's pretty established that Mandark is actually smarter than Dexter. We're talking about kids' cartoons, man. Jesus Christ.
It's 2022, goddammit. Nobody moved on past high school yet.
It's current year, man.
Even in college, people haven't moved on from high school.
I mean,
Fuck.
you guys remember Powerpuff Girls?
Yeah, the good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that shit from a fucking Oh Yeah cartoons back when it was a fucking prototype and shit.
I
Yeah.
Yep, I remember that shit too. I remember watching the
I don't-
initial episode.
I don't remember that. Like, I remember the Courage the Cowardly Dog, what a cartoon, with the chicken, but I don't remember that one. I don't remember a lot of them.
What, Cow and Chicken?
No, and it was a show called What a Cartoon,
Oh.
and it's like they would have like early
Easy.
pilots of shows that eventually got greenlit.
Yeah, they would show like 2 or 3 pilots per show and shit. So you like see, oh yeah, they had run a Pop-Up Girls pilot, then a whatever fucking yeah. And if it was good enough, it turned into a fucking show.
Dude, I remember when they had like that 24-hour marathon showing the same 6 shows over and over again. And they're gonna let kids vote on which shows got made. Like, And we all know that that was already decided months before. It was going to be Kids Next Door. Like, I remember Kitty Bobo from that. Like, I belong
Dude.
here.
Dude, Adventures with Grim Weeper. I think Adventures of Mandy or I forgot the other kid's name. With
Billy
Grim
and
Weeper
Mandy.
was one of my. Yeah, it was one of my. Yeah, Billy and was one of my favorite shows, dude.
It was all right. At first,
Hector
it was Grim and
Concorny.
yeah. At first, it was Grim and Evil. Then they turned it into the Adventures of Billy and Mandy when everybody realized nobody gave a fuck about evil anyway. So,
Damn. Nobody cares about Bosco.
Nope.
But they kept General Scar.
yeah, cameos, but still.
Dude, we were having this debate in the Discord for Medican. Do you think like people that aren't, do normal people watch cartoons as a kid? Like kids that have a social life and hang out outside?
Yeah, how do you
Oh.
think Pokemon became a thing?
Pokemon, that's true, huh?
All that you were weird if you didn't watch cartoons back then.
Yeah, you were considered weird if you didn't watch TV back then.
Like,
Yeah,
man,
really.
You ain't got cable. Get the fuck away from here, you goddamn poor person. Before you spread your poverty.
Get out of my way, you pleb, before I set fire to you.
I think Jimmy Neutron was the most relatable one for me. Jimmy Neutron is a band of incels.
Got a blast.
I never liked Jimmy Neutron's like style.
Dude, it was amazing.
It was so weird.
What were you into?
Oh,
You're,
right.
probably, see, you're the only normal people here, person here, so.
That shit was so weird to me.
Think.
Oh yeah, Dragon Ball Z, obviously.
Dusty, why'd you come back, my dude?
Oh, just the stream was still on. You guys have.
Yeah, I was gonna
hours.
stop it earlier, but I figured, well, fuck it, dude. They convinced me to stay on for
Gotta
another
wait for
hour.
Dusty. Might as well.
Dude, 24-hour stream.
Yeah, has it been done? I don't think so.
No, not yet.
24-hour stream.
Even Medican stops
Only
at 12.
the brave. Only the brave.
I gotta go to sleep at some point. So.
You can stream while you're asleep.
I could leave it up.
We might
Yeah,
get donations.
Yeah,
But
I've been on the Sleep Dude stream before. That shit was kind of funny, but it was hard to talk over the snoring though. What? For real? It was an old dude, man.
So why you were watching this, man? I have questions.
What?
What was this egg white, by the way?
Nah, he's in the Black Manosphere. I think Man of Tomorrow, yeah. I think everybody was discussing one of the debates, and then this motherfucker just fell asleep. And everybody was just in the chat still talking for some goddamn reason, but whatever. Hey,
Is it one of those
Saffron.
things where
What?
like you pay like $30 and then you hear like an air horn, you can wake him up?
No, you couldn't wake him up. His ass was just sleep for the next 9 hours.
Hello.
What's up, Saffron Pill?
Yeah.
No way.
I was awake for a bit.
How's it going, man? How's comedy?
Comedy is like brutal. People
got echo.
people want woke stuff. I don't know why they are politicians all the way.
Yeah, you're in New York, right?
Yeah.
All right then. There you go.
Hey, you guys remember I was doing comedy. That's good.
Can you
Hey.
do like Indian jokes?
Indian jokes.
That's kind of woke.
It's like on the stage thing, you know, when you are on the stage, you get a lot of inspiration from the crowd. You have some stories. Like if I start saying something, it will not come out. Like 90% of the communication is physical, so it will be weird shit. Just some Indian guy rambling.
Isn't that kind of racist against your own self?
I don't care about racism and all this crap. There's some things that are human emotions. People are racist. It's inherent. So I don't care about all this shit.
As far as comedy, self-deprecation is acceptable.
Yeah. I try to maintain like 30% self poking and like 70% social kind of a thing. So anyway, so war is happening. That's news.
Well, just be careful. You know, you might cancel yourself, and then others will start catching up.
You can't cancel an Indian guy, man. That I don't think that's happened yet.
Of course you can. If he's racist against Indians, then he'll cancel himself, and then eventually he'll catch on, and then he'll totally be canceled.
Yeah, so I'll just go on stage and say, guys, I'm canceling myself because I'm very.
Exactly. Just say a couple racist Indian things, and then you know the step-by-step guide to canceling yourself.
But look,
To save you guys the trouble, I'm canceling myself.
let me tell you, your ass how to get canceled. It's really fucking obvious. Just take the Whoopi Goldberg route. All you need is one
Yeah,
good ass line about Israel, and we will never see your ass again.
yeah. I mean,
Send his ass to Guantanamo Bay.
No, you will be under Guantanamo. No.
I'll not get some curry over there, so I'll probably say that it's it's non-woke to send me there. So I should be woke enough to be sent to California, where we have cable TV and stuff in prison.
But my last name is Goldberg.
No fucking
Does that
matter.
count?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I was reading she like took that stage name kind of a thing. So there was some article that she's not a real Goldberg or something, and it's all media game and all stuff. Anyway, so buy gold. There is not a financial advice. Dollar is going to go to poopers. Fill your
Yeah,
gas
but
tank.
the thing is, what are you gonna do with the gold? Like that's I don't think people. Have you thought about that? Like, what are you gonna do with it once the
I
economy
mean,
crashes?
gold will prevent your inflation for like couple of days rather than a month's dip. So you can sell your gold and buy some stuff in your local currency.
Also, I heard some things about Russia where they're forcing people to convert their currency to rubles.
Ruble will be stronger very soon, all due to the woke president that unfortunately America has chosen. So
Kamala, Biden.
I mean, yeah, there's a duality in the presidency for the first time. Who's the president? But let's say that the official face of the presidency and the crypto president. So both are like vokety woke. So wokeness it cannot be successful in international arena. So you can't woke your way out of world crisis. And these guys are trying to be woke, trying to do media manipulation in a war that cannot happen in Russia versus. I mean, Russia is pretty heavy. It's not like some Iran or some, no disrespect, but yeah, you can't fight Russia by being woke. That's for starters, right? So if you have like 101 steps for dummies at war, or how to win a war for dummies, so it's not the first step you have to evoke.
I don't know. He has the Redditors coming over to fight for him. So
The Suicide Army.
So if you have 10 clients that you sell your business to, and you fuck your 6 clients that fuck off, you are this, that, blah, blah. So your community is going to crash. Same thing will happen to dollar. They are weakening dollar. It's like not even axing your own leg. It's like jumping into a truck filled of a spiky axe. So if you're jumping into a grinder, no one can help you.
okay, so one big question that needs to be answered: if we have both Putin and Zelensky who are on the kind of Klaus Schwab kind of side of the game, because they both have wild amounts of associations with it, what are those higher up types getting out of this whole kerfuffle if they started it?
I did not get that. Could you repeat that? I
All right, you have on one side you have Zelensky, who's obviously tied in with the globalist types and all that. Because you remember
Yeah,
Pizzagate.
yeah, true.
Basically, all those people are for Zelensky and making posts about him, including
Yeah,
Marina Abramovic, whatever the fuck her name was,
yeah,
the spear cooking lady.
yeah.
Then on the other side, you have Putin, who Klaus Schwab was talking about as one of his young leaders, part of that whole initiative he had. So basically, both of them are tied up in the shit as far as the conspiracy angle. So whoever's making this shit happen above those two, what are they getting out of it?
This simple thing is, I mean, this is not a match or something, a basketball match where you can go that I support this team, I support that team, and we can fight over. The main thing is reality, right? If you're based, you can analyze stuff. If you're getting five punches in your face, you cannot say I'm winning and I say this big guy who is still standing, I'm defeating him. Thing is, by any analysis, any beginner can say that Ukraine stands no position against Russia, that's for sure, without any Western help. The second part is this whole thing is equivalent in a way to Cuba nuke crisis, if you can go in the 60s and all. If you want to dig into that, if you are like into history and stuff, you can go and do some research on Cuba Missile Crisis. Same thing from Russia perspective, and it's not about saying Russia is like there's no good or bad guy. It's like not a Marvel movie going on, right? It's not Batman versus a Joker. That's the whole point of a thing. And people who are like pitching this all this woke media stuff, they have a stake in the game. They have different kind of a purchases in the stock market and stuff that they want to get hype and get some money maybe from the arms industry or something like that. But overall general population will suffer because of this fake propaganda, because falsehood always fucks you.
Saffron, I would actually disagree when you say there's no good or bad guys. If they're both tied into the people that they've basically said they're tied into, there's essentially both sides are the bad guy.
Yeah, you can say, I mean, that's your perspective or any audience or the viewers perspective. I'm giving a different narrative here. The whole thing is Biden has lot of resorts and properties in Ukraine. It's like 300 plus acres or something like that. Similarly, many other Western leaders have their this thing in Ukraine, and this whole thing started by AstroTurf movement in Ukraine. And you can go and you might have inclination towards Ukraine or Russia. That's immaterial. The whole absurdity is dollar will directly get impacted by whole fiasco, and Americans will suffer and the West will suffer in totality. Because for the West, Europe first hand they will suffer because majority of their food products and petroleum and gas that you say, it's linked from Russia directly. So if you are buying something from someone, if you poke them, they will stop selling that thing to you, right? So Europe will suffer directly, and then cascade effect. America will suffer a decline in dollar value. Then you have after dollar decline, you have non-essential services and products getting hampered after that, because in any recession or depression, people just want to survive, eat food, and survive. So all your luxury items will go to poops. All your like what do you say? Buy our app subscription for $20. Those company will go to dumpster. So it will be a very different kind of impact. This may not happen if the American government or agencies can somehow hold some kind of a trust in dollars still after that. That's the whole point of this thing. And I am in America. I don't want dollar value to go down, because then why did I move to America for this thing? No. So I don't want dollar to decline, but this might happen if this kind of BS keeps on running. In the whole thing is you can't woke yourself out of this crisis. You can't be woke to these financial tips or warfare or all these things. And that's the whole point of it. There's no good, bad, or pick a side, because it's real thing. It is impacting many people. And if you know the Second World War, something, it started by killing of one person, Archduke of some, I don't remember which guy that
I think
fought
Archduke Ferdinand, something like that.
Ferdinand. Yeah. So if you compare with that, this is even a bigger crisis. And in a way, being American, if someone is American and if you are in American government, it is understandable that you want to protect American interest first, and you will fuck up with many countries till your needs are met. But the thing is, some other country can do the same script on you, right? So if you are not powerful or strategic enough, you should not like poke Russia and or any other power, which will indirectly lead to decline of dollar. The whole thing is US might prevent wars at the border of USA. It is a far-fetched idea as of now that Americans might face a invasion from any other country. That's true, but the whole thing is American economy is very fragile. If you say, it is very linked with other countries in Asia, China, and all. It has lot of ties indirectly with Europe, which is tied with Russia. So it's a very different scenario right now. And if you lock Russia, they can survive on vodka and wheat and everything they grow. But if you lock down America, or if you decline relationship with the major suppliers, America will find it very hard to like survive, because most of the people here don't grow wheat in their backyard, or you don't have small scale business. Whatever was left, it was eradicated by big companies in a way to centralize means of like supply and everything and create more profit for them. So you will hardly find a small restaurant owned by some family in lot of places in USA. It's all like McDonald's or Wendy's or stuff like that. So small business, localized business provides you kind of a sponge or a buffer to hold the impact of any depression or decline. But if you have a centralized organization like MACD or something like that, or in some other sector, if that organization gets hit by international issues, the whole thing comes crumbling to the bottom. If I can make some sense out of it, that's my perspective on it. So be based and just buy some gold and shit. That's all. What to say? It's weird times we are living in. I mean, who would have thought that we would live through history? I thought that my life will be boring and I will pass a boring life, but here we had the virus, then we have this, and God knows what next.
Yeah, I'll say this and
You'll
I'll probably end the stream pretty soon. But yeah, the reality is that like wars are actually kind of the norm and not really the exception. That like is we lived in an exceptional time where there really
Pax
were no
Americana.
major wars. Yeah, Pax Americana. Yeah, there really were no major wars. I don't want to say
Especially-
major wars. There were like major wars like in Iraq stuff like that. But like we're talking about like between like two like relatively
Well,
developed nations.
No, you know
they were
what?
more just proxy wars.
Now you
Yeah, a
know
lot of
somewhere
proxies,
war
yeah.
used to be fucking normal. Europe.
Yeah,
European peace is a fucking new age anomaly. Like people ain't used to like regular ass European conflict just happening every day.
Peace is just the time between wars. You know, that's the whole thing. Peace is just some time between two different wars.
Yeah, but the thing about war after World War II is that there are only two settings in a war: peace and nukes. So
Yeah.
plus Ukraine gave up their nukes, so you see where that went. So nobody else is ever gonna do that shit again.
More than that, it's just go into this. The whole thing has a trigger point. I mean, being American or European, you might not feel that point, but it was a kind of a conflict similar to Cuba Missile Crisis. And at one point of a time, Russia wanted to join NATO. So it has a long history of things that led to this point.
Well, it's as I was saying last week, history has a momentum. Everything that happens in the past still affects us today. Like you just can't break out of that.
True.
Mystery.
what's up, buddy?
Can you play videos, like video memes from the Discord? Is there no way to do that?
Anyways,
Why,
this
what's
stream
up?
will go on even after the war.
I
I hope.
posted a meme.
Where at?
Your Discord memes.
Oh,
It's
I'm
cool if
never
it's
on
hard to
Discord,
play.
dude.
See, everything is accepted. People are banning Russian cats from cat pageant and everything. So that's kind of a thing.
For real.
It's all gonna reverse after.
Oh, that
It's
was Dusty
resolved.
on 228. My God, that was a while ago. Holy crap!
But that was a whole war ago. Goddamn.
Let me see memes. This is a new video.
So this is how World War III is gonna start in
By memes,
the clown world.
by meme. We were memeing our way through. So imagine your grandchildren talking to you, Grandpa, what were you doing during war? We were memeing through.
Dude, Saffron, you're gonna get nuked first. Actually, you're gonna get it's second after Mystery. Mystery will get nuked first.
Are you in West Coast Mystery or East Coast?
East Coast.
He's in DC.
Oh, I am also in East Coast. So yeah, we'll be flying pretty soon.
We'll be dead first, thank God.
Hey, man.
We'll live to the hell.
Ha ha.
Thank
Hey,
God.
man.
Once I get a fucking warning, I'll be bouncing.
I'm not too far away from Fort Knox, man. I'll be in the Fallout.
Yeah.
Where are you
Nah,
last? Last, where are you?
I'm in Louisville.
Kentucky.
Yeah, now all y'all talk shit about Detroit all the time, but I'm right across from Canada. So if I knew how to swim, I'd be okay.
The last country alive.
Дорогие друзья, все.
Yeah.
My bad.
My,
It's World War III.
Yeah.
And then
Y'all laughing? That might happen with Biden while y'all playing.
do you know that
he strokes out on the button.
submarines have this death switch kind of a thing? All the major nuclear powers have a submarine enabled switch like this.
I
So
think
even
you
if
guys
you so even if you nuke their country, their submarines can fuck up the world with their nukes.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
yeah.
like nuclear powered submarines are like atomic bombs.
No, it's not that. It's that they carry nuclear warheads.
They have the trigger switch.
Like you have some asshole in the Arctic, like ready 24/7 every day, just ready to fuck shit up.
It's scary because there's no way of detecting them underwater. Like satellites can't penetrate. The light waves don't go through the ocean, so there's no way to really detect where the submarines are at any given point. You just have to kind
Well,
of guess depending on their light
many
sighting.
many forces have power to fuck up the satellites also. Like India recently tested blowing up satellites in the layers of atmosphere. Many other country already have it. USA, Russia, China, all those things. So be ready to fuck up everything. Even your Starlink will not work. So Elon Musk, you cannot do it anymore.
Also, I remember reading about this. Basically, there's a name for this effect where if there's enough space debris going around, it crashes into the other
Tesla,
satellite.
right?
Yeah, I forgot what the fuck that was called.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Tesla.
what's it called?
You know, just to add on this point, Tesla rocket crashed on moon
What was it called?
recently. Tesla, this no, sorry, SpaceX, the SpaceX company rocket, it recently crashed on the moon.
On purpose or accident?
Why is it on the moon?
Accident, but if any other country would have done, they would have paid some fine or something like that. But because it's Elon Musk, it's like easy
Wait,
go.
hold
Yeah.
on. Why would you pay a fine for something that happened on another?
I mean, there's some kind of
Another
a thing.
planet.
There's a special treaty. Well, I guess at the moment there is. Like the moon
Interesting.
can't be claimed by any country. Dude, war's coming home, man.
What was
Holy
that?
shit.
Who is
What-
that? Someone's getting
Dude.
invaded, bro.
So
No, it's,
Elon
it's about to storm like a motherfucker up in here.
Guess so.
So
Like right by the window too, or something.
along with nuke, we have moon blowing up very soon. So get ready for that.
It's like absolute clown world.
Well, moon can be blown apart by a
Found
couple
moon.
of nukes.
Wasn't there initially a plan by the U.S. to actually blow up the fucking moon one day, or at
And
least
saying
nuke it?
and sink the whole coastline of America and create.
Because I see no unforeseen consequences with that action.
No,
Plus, it'll
I
be
think
kind of fun.
yeah, no, I think at one point U.S. had plans to possibly send a nuclear missile to the moon just to show off to the Soviets their abilities and
Yeah.
shit. But
All you Soviets want to go to the moon. You can't go to the moon if it's not there.
Despite them. We were there first, and you can't get there anymore. This doesn't
no, it
exist.
wasn't that. It was like, yeah, if we had the capability to send shit to the moon, we can nuke your ass at any time. I think it was more like that. But
Yeah,
If-
well, it's like with Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You know, yeah, it was against Japan, but it was mostly as a show of force against the Soviets.
Oh yeah, it's all with for.
So, what will be the condition if troops come inside American soil? If you have like Russian or Chinese coming,
And that will happen.
Like,
and you
like,
get the
think about,
hypothetical.
like the last time that happened was what 1812.
yeah,
Oh yeah, that's true. Actually,
Like-
those fucking Canadians.
God damn it.
And you can't even say that shit without saying fucking first. Like it was a
Like,
fucking Canadian. What the-
Like you
Plus, we
can make
lost.
like
Come on, that's
you
even
can
worse.
make an argument that maybe like 9/11 can be considered as like a foreign invasion, even though it was like rogue guerrilla fighters.
Nah,
But I mean, you know,
9/11 was like a sucker punch that the government planned.
I'm just giving a hypothetical. Imagine that happening, and people who encounter the foreign troops, they say, "Sir, you cannot use those pronouns."
Bro, I already got my look,
Yeah,
I already
they
got
have
my
dyed
plan.
hair.
No, I already got my plan for what to do if that happens.
What? Set some examples.
Easy. I'm gonna just send out the women.
Yeah, I believe in feminism.
Absolutely. You send out the women. You know they got all this shit. I'll just go out. You know, wait for the war to be over. Cause I ain't got no wife and kids. I don't give a fuck.
And then you will repopulate the world, right?
do the incel resurgence. This is our time. Let the normos kill each other off.
Here's an idea. I wonder if the people who are in Poland, the incels in Poland, are getting they're getting some action now.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, maybe that's the truth though. But I wonder if it's helping anybody out by having more women in the country now.
Oh, let me expand on that shit. I wonder how many of those women are somebody else's wife.
Yep.
Yeah, but does that really matter?
Shit, I ain't. You know how fucked up I'd be if I died for some shit and my wife was fucking somebody else the whole time. Like, you couldn't even wait for me to be in the grave first and die here.
Happens to the most military men at this point, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for your service.
In World War II, women in America used to shame men to join the army. That was a thing.
It also happened in World War One. I think that was the White Feather campaign you're talking about. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Though.
So imagine that happening now. So we can just claim that you are sexist. And they will
Wait, didn't they have something like that in Britain?
Didn't it start? Think so. Shit.
oh, sir, please have some chips and fish with a tea.
Well, it's
Yeah, no, that-
2022. I'm gonna hand feathers out to the chicks. Goddamn it! To the chicks and Transformers, I'm gonna be out there with a fucking half a pillowcase full of shit.
The pillow campaign.
Exactly. Right?
We might be potentially memeing and joking on World War III.
You
Dude,
goddamn
seriously,
right.
this is how it's gonna end. Last, did you get your iodide pills?
My what?
Are you're not ready for World War III?
Iodine?
Yeah, dude, you gotta prepare yourself.
Oh.
Man, people can barely pay bills for peace. How the fuck they going? Let me tell you what most people plan for World War III is. Just fucking die. It's cheap.
Then economic forums will have a discussion. Is it more economical, sustainable to let people die or give them food to eat?
Ice cactus cyanide pill.
Speaking of
environment,
the
not
cyanide pill, I gotta take one.
Cut it out.
Damn grim. Okay.
Someone should create some meme on this discussion. It will be dope.
But yeah, I do got to get off here, guys. I got to go to work tomorrow.
All right.
I did 5 hours. You guys are
Corey, I
should be
read
happy.
that as homemade lemonade. I read that as homemade lemonade at first.
Oh my god.
Your brain tried to protect you. Like cyanide, no, don't let him see that.
Will it come in orange or vanilla flavor?
It's called a fucking lawnmower and a garage. Like that's all you gotta fucking do. Like,
You guys are really underestimating modern propaganda techniques. Yeah. Maybe we are. Either way. This is some fucking last
Yeah, I
words
looked into
here.
that agenda set theory, Richie. Kind of similar to Chomsky's manufacturing consent, and even some. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we gotta let him go.
We'll get to it at some point.
Yeah.
Saffron pilled, my dude. Last words.
Yep. So Asians are technically white academically now. So you should welcome brown folks from Asia like me to the white club. Apart from the skin color, we are like almost one in terms of SJW propaganda and the oppression index. So I'm
Hey,
great to
you're
join the
honorary
white
white.
club.
No, let me stop you right there. If fucking Latinos can't be considered white and they've been right next to these motherfuckers, your ass is so far.
No, Asians are technically considered. They are given no seats and stuff like that. They are considered at par white. So that's my last word.
No.
Yeah, at least you get reincarnated, so maybe next life, Saffron.
is absolutely fucking over for you. No, I'll not let that shit pass. No.
Prepare
All right.
prepare for the end and take care, guys.
All right, buddy. Thanks for coming on, my dude.
Yep.
Dusty Jones, my dude. Last words.
Yo, so you're promising this isn't the last stream? Is
Nah,
that a-
we're
is
good.
that a-
We're going more. We're going for further than we have to.
All right, all right.
We keep going until
As
we
long
have
as-
to. Keep going
as long
until the
as you
wheels
say
fall
that.
off.
I'll agree to say my last words under those conditions. So, all right. Have a good night, guys. Have a good week. I'll see you soon.
All right, guys. See ya.
See ya, Dusty.
Woody Johnson, my dude. Last words.
Try not to die. Try to stay alive. Try if you're drafted, and stay based, and let the black pill guide you.
All right, dude. Thanks for coming on.
Good night, guys.
Peace out. The last words.
Yeah, like I said, ending it with quote by Unwin. The cultural conditioning of any society in any geographical environment is conditioned by its past and present methods of regulating the relations between the sexes.
Good last
True
words, my
words,
dude.
man.
Thanks for coming on. Oh, I cut him off. Jack Nickelback, my dude. Last words.
Trying to think. That's just, well, I'll end it poignantly. Men are the tinder that power the fire of society.
There you go.
So,
Good way to end it.
like all things, nobody cares until you need it. And nobody needs men until everything goes wrong.
Damn. That's true. All right, buddy, thanks for coming on.
All right.
Then there was one, my God. 5 hours, 15 minutes. You guys are really milking me for content at this point, dude. Last letters, FJB. My God. Stay classy as always. Oh, classy finish as always. Yeah, good finish. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Really do. I'm tired as fuck. I gotta get some sleep. Gotta go to work tomorrow for sure. So get some sleep and then get ready for work tomorrow. Get myself prepared for all that shit. So hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I always enjoy doing it. Even though I was a little bit depressed earlier today, I'm pretty happy now. So pretty good showing of like 30 people here. So I'm trying to keep the sphere alive, but it's kind of hard to maintain the black pill sphere to some extent. It's kind of rough. It really is a dying philosophy. So you got to keep it alive somehow. So keep the flame alive, right? I love Mystery School. God, it's been so fun. But no, this isn't the last stream though. We're not doing this is not the last stream. We're gonna do it again next weekend. and then next weekend until I get tired and burn out. So peace out, my dudes. Hope you guys enjoyed. And cheers. No, I don't mean that. But yeah, for real, guys, peace out. Hope you guys enjoy your week and see you guys next time.